But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
They just showed the clubhouse at this swanky little golf club they're playing the U.S. Open in. I would say Cord has had a diaper that color at some point since his delivery.
Cord is here, by the way.
Cord is here right now?
He is.
Oh, wow. It'll be the second time I get to see him.
He is consuming.
Yep.
Oh.
Shocker.
Well, I guarantee you he's gonna poop out a little Sherwin-Williams looking paint. It looks what that clubhouse looked like
it's
there.
Bright yellow. That's what he said.
He is more the Dwight Schrute mustard.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. This is not bright yellow. It's a little mustard look to it.
Yeah, you're right.
Little green mustard mix is what that is. Like you take a little butter bean and a little carrot and mix it together.
It's very descriptive in here. It's very descriptive.
Thank you to Mortgage Right for being part of the show, and also the great folks at Hemp Hill, Vulcan, and Bud Light Next for LT's trip from Kansas City to St. Louis. As Bobby points out, they're still in Missouri. How's that possible? Did the train conductor get dysentery?
Derailed, apparently.
What is the name of the game where that ends the
Oregon
game?
Trail.
Oregon Trail.
Yeah,
That's how
you
you end
died
the
of
game.
dysentery. So basically, Lance left here Monday morning and he spent basically 3 days in Kansas and Missouri. I mean, I swear, the Oregon Trail was faster. When they just went out west on wagons, they got through Missouri and Kansas faster than Lance has.
Really, though, how long do you think, like how far could you cover in a day back in the covered wagon?
I'm going to say a covered wagon went 10 miles per hour.
When you had people that were riding along beside you and moving a group of people across the country back then, I bet...
I'm going to say you went 10 miles per hour, and I'm going to say you tried to get 12 hours a day, so I'm going to say 100 to 120 miles a day.
By the way, he's texting me asking, can you call him right now because Zoom's not working.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he wanted the call-in number. I was like, dude, we got like 3 minutes here.
I know.
Yeah.
Let's do it tomorrow.
I would say, Brown, that's ambitious. I bet you only covered like 25, 30 miles a day.
I don't know.
Remember, you didn't really have a lot of roads.
Well,
you had paths.
No, you're right. But once you got out west, not many trees.
Yeah, just those little things called mountains and canyons.
No. That's why Denver's where it is. They got to the Rocky Mountains. They're like, y'all can go over that. I'm going to stay right here.
Yeah, I bet they did 30 miles a day. If you're a cowboy aficionado, let us know how many miles you used to cover. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Back in the day.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Round 2 of the U.S. Open with Sunshine is underway. We'll do a leaderboard update coming up. Golden State's your world champions in the NBA. Auburn is ready to go at the College World Series, which starts today. It'll get going at 1 o'clock this afternoon with SEC power Texas A&M taking on future SEC team Oklahoma. Later it's Texas and Notre Dame. Tomorrow's when Auburn plays. They go at 6 o'clock in the College World Series. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, still the empty seat of Lance Taylor. I'm not sure we thought that seat would be empty when he originally left. I thought he'd be back today.
Lance didn't.
I think he thought he'd be home by Monday morning.
Yeah, Lance didn't think it'd be empty. I've got, as the kids say, I got receipts on that one.
Yeah, but even I thought that this would be a 4-day trip, and I thought he'd be back early yesterday, and that would be full today for a fun Friday show. But I'll drink alone in the 12 o'clock hour. LT is not back. He'll join us in 10 minutes. I want to, if you were just listening to the replay from yesterday, I got beat up when Montana Fouts was on the show earlier this week when I projected her lifetime pitches at 100 million.
100 million lifetime pitches out of Montana's arm, yes.
I think if you were all listening, Brown said he thought you averaged 10 miles per hour in a wagon train.
Yeah.
And you tried to do 10 hours a day, right? So you said
yeah,
12?
I said 12 hours a day is what I would try.
So roughly 120 miles.
120 miles in a day. I said 100 to 120.
Yeah. And Matt's now jumping in. According to Google, I saw Pioneers went about 8 to 20 miles a day. Hats off to Jim, 25 to 30. I was closer on miles traveled by Pioneers in covered wagons than I were to Montana pitches. But you were way off there. You overshot there.
Yeah, you know, Jim, I got the speed of a wagon train wrong. You were right.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. I just thought it was an interesting discussion because I didn't know when we were talking about it on how far you could go. It's taken Lance forever to get through Missouri.
I think you could have done it faster than a wagon train. That's how we started.
Yeah, 8 to 20 miles a day, says Matt there. You went 120. I went 25 to 30. That seems about what Lance did yesterday.
Yeah.
It was about that speed.
Yeah, I mean, trains, wagon, or actual locomotives, not real fast, as it turns out. Yeah. Now, I don't know if the interviews would have been better in a wagon train than what Lance got in the actual locomotive. A lot of people enjoyed his interview with Ridley.
Yep, the witch.
Well, she says she's not.
Yeah, she's studying to be. Or at least reading a book
about
it.
She was reading a book about it, yeah. She, in fact, says she doesn't even know a witch. Like, that was the upset of the interview to me, is when Lance asked, do you know any witches? I fully expected her to say, well, I'm a witch.
You don't admit that.
Well, if you haven't seen that, it's on social media. You can follow along, but we get that. Cut forward, don't we? Yeah, cut forward. Let's give you a sample of this, just so we can push you to our social media platforms. And you can go, Taylor, our great director of marketing, Taylor Korn, has got it all lined up for you. You can go watch this trip beginning to end, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light, Vulcan, and Hemp Hill. But if you missed this yesterday, what's the young lady's name? Ridley, who has a lot of jewelry on, a lot of accessories. She's reading a book. And, of course, she's interrupted by our own Lance Taylor.
So we've got Ridley with us here. Where are you from, Ridley?
I am from St. Louis.
St. Louis, so that's where you're heading, right? Who's going to win the U.S. Open?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know what the U.S. Open is. Favorite football team?
I don't watch sports. I actually don't have a TV.
You don't have a TV?
I don't like TV. I like books.
Okay, what are you reading?
It's called Wild and Wicked Things. It's about witchcraft and two women who accidentally kill a man, and now they're hiding the body.
They accidentally kill him?
Well, he tried to kill them.
Okay.
So it was more of like an instinctual thing.
Okay. Well, so it's funny. You probably don't know who Aaron Rodgers is, do you? So he's quarterback for the Packers. Apparently he's dating a woman that's a witch now. Now, she's denying it, but we've had conversations that there are a lot of witches out there. Do you believe in that?
Oh my God, yeah, totally. They're everywhere.
Do you know any witches?
Not personally, but I'm sure they're out there.
Okay. Most interesting tattoo you've got?
Jimmy awkward.
Probably Dolores, my dragon tattoo on my leg.
Wow.
I did that
Dolores.
myself.
You did it yourself. How long did that take you?
Wow.
6 hours.
So are you a tattoo artist?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay. Good stuff. Good talking to you. Appreciate it.
Totally.
Now, I'd personally go tattoo artist in air quotes based on Dolores the Dragon she did on her own leg.
And I would say BS that took only 6 hours.
Yeah. I was not blown away by the tattoo. Rockstar, you've had a few.
It looked like fish scales.
Yeah, I was not blown away by that.
Yeah.
But if she did it herself, it'd be interesting to be drawn on my leg for a couple hours a day.
She had a very unique and deep voice.
There was a lot of commentary about that on our social media feed and my private text feed as well.
Kathleen Turner.
Yes.
Yeah. But somebody on our social media feed nailed it. She is a very, very, very close replica to Kate Hudson in Almost Famous, Penny Lane, the groupie.
Same hair, maybe.
Yeah, but she had the same vibe and everything, and Michael Strahan's smile. So you take Penny Lane and Michael Strahan's smile.
They have a baby,
and that's who you have, Ridley, right there.
Ridley.
Really, really interesting. You can see that kind of stuff on our social media platform. Thank you to Hemphill, Vulcan, and Bud Light Next, bringing us that travel there. Vulcan Tire also bringing us a leaderboard update. Brownie at the U.S. Open yesterday. Rory McIlroy was fantastic. But remember when I told you that John Rahm hit one into the bathroom area, the TV tower area to the left of 18? Mm-hmm. He still got up and down for a par, which was pretty amazing.
I think I already made a birdie, actually.
Okay, well, you made a birdie. Is it a par 5, par 4?
I don't know, but I think I don't know if he finished on 9 or 18. 18's a par 4.
Ends up they gave him a free drop.
Yep.
Because 2 kids stole his golf ball.
That's right. And he handled it well. He was like, hey, man, it probably made their day. I got my drop. It didn't hurt anything. But, a couple kids picked up his ball and ran with it.
Yeah, so he was going to get a relief from the TV tower anyway, right?
That's right, yeah. And, where a kid doesn't get your ball in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, so I guess they have rules for this and stuff like that, or do they have to get the judge over and say, hey, the referee over, I think kids stole my golf ball.
Yeah, you would want to get the rules official over just to make sure, you follow the rules to a T. If he tells you what to do, you're not going to get any penalty strokes. So,
right.
I'm sure he got the rules official over, said the kids got my ball, and then they've got to determine where it was. Then you got to place it there. Then you got to get your drop. So there was a lot of rules he had to go into there, but kind of a funny story. I mean, what's a kid supposed to do? He sees a golf ball in there, he's going to pick it up and take it, right? Come on.
2 kids seen running with Rahm's ball. They run away there. All right, so
get their hands cut off in the Live Tour.
We've got a leaderboard. We got a leaderboard update and a couple of guys that I recognize, but the guy in the lead is another guy I don't know. I didn't know the leader overnight, and I don't know the guys in the lead now.
You mean you don't know MJ Duffy?
Is that how you say his name?
Yes. From South Africa?
I went Dafu.
Dafu. He's from South Africa. If I told you South Africa, you've no telling how you would have pronounced it. He's had a nice day. 2 under on his day, 5 under. He had it at 6 under at one point, but he's playing the 12th. So he has 5 under, 2-shot lead over Matthew Fitzpatrick, who's 1 under on his day, the Englishman. Callum Tarrant, David Lingmerth, Rory McIlroy, and Joel Damon have not started their day just yet.
Yeah, so
They're
MJ, how are we saying it?
Duffy.
Mm-hmm. MJ Duffy's in the lead. Rory goes later. Justin Thomas is out there, and the U.S. Open is rolling and is underway. We'll talk with Andy Kennedy coming up in our next segment. UAB made the switch, the move, if you will, to the AAC announcement yesterday or 2 days ago officially. And Andy will join us to react to that and Golden State winning the championship. We'll talk a little basketball with AK coming up in a second. I saw Lance briefly. Has he bounced away?
I think so. It's just the standard.
Yeah.
Is he on the Wi-Fi? Does he know if he's on the Wi-Fi?
All right. So Lance was there briefly, and he'll be back in a second. Supposed to join us in just a few seconds. While we wait on him, a couple of other things going on out there. We announced the SEC Big 12 Challenge yesterday for basketball. It'll come up January 28th. It's always an entertaining day of basketball for me. Yeah. I enjoy it.
And finally, we're going to get that Kentucky-Kansas matchup we never get in the Big 12 SEC Challenge.
By rule, I think they do that every year.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, why do I say that? It's a fun game.
Yeah.
I mean, but it does seem like we get that one every year, and I would imagine the rest of the Big 12 would like to see Kentucky roll to their place or go to Rupp, and the rest of the SEC wouldn't mind seeing Kansas come to their place or going to Kansas. But I'm guessing the way those two conferences agreed on this is All right, we'll take Kentucky. We'll take Kansas. They'll play every year. Then we'll match everything else
And then
up.
we'll match everything else up. Alabama and Auburn both with really good home games last year. I was actually at the at Auburn Arena, Oklahoma-Auburn last year for the Big 12 Challenge. And then Baylor and Alabama played a classic game in front of a packed Coleman Coliseum. This year, Alabama's going to Oklahoma. Auburn gets a fun road trip on the road to Morgantown to play Huggy Bear in West Virginia.
Yeah, they weren't a great team this year, but I mean, you never know. That guy can coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach, so he could have a dominant team this year. You never know.
LT joins us now. LT, I'll go stake right now. I'll take Auburn over West Virginia in Morgantown straight up right now. I won't even give you points. Or I won't even take points.
Wait, what year is that?
It's coming up.
It's basketball, first
basketball, January 28th this year, SEC Big 12 Challenge. I'll take Auburn. You take West Virginia.
I'd take Auburn as well.
You're no fun when you're tired,
hungover.
You would have taken that stake bet easily if you were right here.
So you're in Nashville. You're in the Music City, right?
I am. I'm at the hotel. You remember we stayed the last time? It's so weird because when we stayed here, remember we were walking around town and there was ice and people were slipping and it was 20 degrees and walking around last night it was 90 degrees. It's just it's amazing how bipolar the weather is in this town.
A little difference between January and June.
I know.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah.
So
did Leighton get out with you? Did she go to Broadway? Did y'all head down there?
We were going to, and what happened? So we went to this little tapas joint to have dinner.
It's a little garble there. Tapas, T-A-P-P-A-S. Yes,
yeah,
not a topless joint. All right, continue.
Small plates. And so we were sitting there, and I reached out to some friends, and they were telling me there's a lot of 18-plus bars down on Broadway, and so I wanted her to see kind of the action, but she was just exhausted from the problem is she left her ID in the room. So we went back to get the ID after dinner and she laid down on the bed and started texting somebody and she's like, can I just stay in the night? And so we ended up doing nothing last night, but I really wanted her to see it, take it in. But
so
it was, I'm telling you, yesterday was a grind.
Yeah.
I mean, the bus was one thing on, I lose my track on Tuesday. But yesterday, the train wasn't bad, but it was just long, 6 hours. And then, the rental, I literally drove through 5 states yesterday.
Yeah. So you got to St. Louis, got your rental car, and then hit Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and into Tennessee. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. I went through Evansville. I didn't realize Evansville, Indiana's as big as it is.
Mm-hmm.
119,000 people, and Don Mattingly's from Evansville. Bob Greasy is from Evansville. Andy Bennis is
it is a bigger town than you would expect, but absolutely.
Aces, right? Yeah. You used to wear the T-shirt jersey.
Yeah, it's sort of a I don't know. It's doesn't have the surrounding area of Birmingham, but sort of a Birmingham-sized city, and sort of anyway. I'm interested. I'm interested. If you would like, we would let you stay in that hotel. We get you another room there tonight, and you can take Leighton out, give her time to get her legs back under. And you're not ready to be home yet, are you?
I'll call you guys after the show. I got to take care of some business. So.
Whoa! You're calling us for business? We've got to take care of some business, or you do?
Yeah, well, you guys might have to too.
Okay. All right. Sounds like my weekend just got a little. Change of plans.
Well, now I need you to call me in the commercial break. Well, you've gone slow-mo mode there, man. I like that. That's he went.
It's the longest drink of water I've ever seen. There you go.
I would love to stay another night in Nashville. I don't know if my body could take it. I really need rest.
Yeah.
I was in 11:30 last night, but I'm telling you, yesterday it's caught up with me.
So one of the points of discussion last night on social media and on this show, as Lance joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Do you think Ridley really was a witch? And Rockstar says if you're a witch, you don't tell people you're a witch. Was Ridley really a witch, you think?
I think there's a good shot. I noticed her immediately when we got on the train, and she kept eyeballing me in this weird way.
Just look at that shirt, man.
But she didn't like the shirt. But the piercings that she had were strange. She had a, the Pentagon?
Pentagram. Yeah, Pentagon's the defense
I'm a government fan.
Yeah. I love the Defense Department.
She had the pentagram on her middle finger tattoo.
Yeah, I'm going to say she might be a witch then.
Yeah, I mean, she was the one that, when I did the initial hit, she was the one that ordered the full bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Well, witches, can a witch get drunk?
They can get parched.
Oh, get parched?
Yeah, if I'd have been with you, here would have been my plan. I would have gone to the food cart. I would have gotten us 4 bowls of oatmeal, but I would have put goat's blood down to the bottom, and then I would put the oatmeal on top of that and put that around us to keep her from breaking in the circle.
You should have taken Dunaway with you.
Always got a plan. I like Jimmy's. Always got a plan.
I'd have gone full golden child on her.
They had White Castle and chicken street tacos on the menu, but I don't think they had goat's blood.
No goat's blood?
Yeah.
This is
could have been, some people pointed this out, and the more I thought about it, she could have been a dude.
Well, I mean, that topic has been broached both in my private text and on social media. I did not see her in person, so I don't think I can make a call on that. You were next. You were next to Ridley.
Yeah, I would be worried about her here in this interview, but she didn't have a TV and she just likes to read. So.
Oh yeah, I think the odds of her ever seeing our show are pretty low. I'd have to say
I just
that.
don't want to get all cast on me.
Yeah, we would not want that. This is the longest punishment ever. I'll give you credit for riding this one out. I've done most of them, and I think my max has been like Roswell. Didn't I leave on a Monday? I think I left on a Monday and got back on a Thursday, if I remember right. Or it might have been Monday to Friday or Tuesday to Friday. Anyway, it was a pretty long one. This one has dragged on, so I'll give you credit for seeing it to the end.
No, it's been fun. I mean, good bonding time between Leighton and I. I say that. Yesterday on the train, she was across from me reading. We get in the rental car. She goes to sleep.
The tradition continues of Lance's cell phone now in Nashville.
He's
dropping out. Oh, he's back now. Yeah. He's back now. We lost you there.
I said, it was good bonding, but, Leighton on the train, she was doing her own thing. And then when we got in the rental, she immediately gets in the back and goes to sleep. And the rental doesn't have a radio that's working.
So what'd you do? Yeah, you texted me that last night. No radio in the rental, and you were in Kentucky. What, did you just roll the windows down and listen to God's music, or what? What'd you do?
I made a couple of phone calls, and then I listened to music on my phone. It wouldn't even pair up with the car. But when I turned it off to get gas in Kentucky, then it popped back on. It was really strange.
I believe Ridley might have cast a spell on your car there. I think that's what happened.
I was locked out for like 3 hours. I really was.
Well, glad to have you on the way home. Drive safely. And, Brown, are we going to hear from him later on?
I don't know. What do you want to do, Lance?
He's right there.
What do you want to do, Lance?
Brown may have had a plan. I didn't want to know. LT, are you joining us later on, or are you done for the day? You're going to be all driving?
Yeah, I'll join you when I'm driving. Not a problem.
All right.
Okay.
It may just be over the phone. Yeah, we don't want to hurt anybody.
All right. We'll hit you phone-wise coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, or maybe Leighton will join us from the passenger seat or something. But LT on the road, and we appreciate the folks at Hemp Hill, Vulcan Tires, and Bud Light Next bringing us this bracket challenge payoff. Be safe, man. Can't wait to see you Monday.
See you guys.
All right.
So glad to have LT very close to home, and that's why you don't lose the bracket challenge.
That's a good lesson.
Stacy, 100%. I was going to bring that up, but we didn't need to get into the details. It's all about the Adam's apple.
Yeah, I didn't really inspect that. Somebody on the Twitter is saying that's the case. Yeah.
Well, you had a nice little thing, choker covering that area up.
Oh, okay.
Well placed. They've been writing songs about that since the beginning of time. I believe. Yeah.
Well-placed chokers?
Well-placed chokers. Yes, well-placed chokers right there. All right, Andy Kennedy in the next segment as we get going today. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing right there at the intersection of Highway 119 and Highway 31 in Pelham behind the Purple Onion.
Is this you yesterday?
Nope.
Oh.
Forrest and I got a chance to get out there yesterday, and you see some of the folks getting a good workout in. And this is a really entertaining place, a different kind of workout that you get in. I mean, these folks work out all the time, and I saw them, 5 minutes into this, and sweat is coming off of them.
Yeah.
Arms are tired, but a great workout. You can go to their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL, or now an Instagram page. You can check them out on Instagram as well, Champions Boxing AL. Swing by the store. It's right behind the Purple Onion. Easy to get to. They've got great air conditioning, which really comes into play. But they keep it at about 77 in there, so you get a good workout going. Men and women. Listen, we were talking a lot about, the number of women who are going there to get a good workout. And Natalie, one of their new trainers, you see her in one of the video right there. And there's Natalie. You get a chance to be coached up by Natalie there and get a great workout, great cross training. It's the great folks at Champions Boxing right there at the intersection of Highway 31 and 119 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. When we come back, AK with us talking about the move to the American. Stay with us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The World Games are coming to Alabama, kicking off with an all-star celebration. Featuring Grammy Award winner Nelly, joined by Bootsy Collins, Alabama, Sarah Evans, Sheila E., Tony, Yolanda Adams, and Sharif Simmons. And a highlight of the official theme song, Hope of Alabama. An epic celebration for an epic event. The opening ceremony of the World Games at Birmingham's Protective Stadium, July 7th. Get your tickets now at TWG2022.com.
Lil Sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Lil Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Part of our show today, Brownie, being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy in just a second, but 71 days away from college football, and we've talked a little basketball, saw the NBA in last night. All of that stuff you don't want to miss on your TV up there cleaning those gutters.
You can call our buddy Chris Stewart, C-Stew, 823-2212, 823-2212. Almost 20 years of a service record in Birmingham. He wants you to stay off those dangerous ladders forever, so they've got that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris and eliminating gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Gutter Cap is who you call. Gutter Cap with our buddy Chris Stewart, guttercapbirmingham.com. Andy Kennedy joins us now, the head coach of the UAB Blazers and a basketball aficionado. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Coach, what's up? How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm good. You?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Last night, I think maybe we saw the capper of what might be the greatest Steph Curry performance we've ever seen in this postseason finals. First time he's the NBA Finals MVP.
No, I think you're right. I think he's had a Hall of Fame career to this point, obviously. I think last night projected him into the range of conversation of maybe top 10 all time. He played his best when his best was needed. Think about this. They've won 4 of championships. They've won 4 NBA championships in the last 8 years. And this was by far their least talented team. I mean, no disrespect in saying that, but you know, KD was on a couple of those teams. Obviously, Klay Thompson, even though I thought he was terrific in the series, is not close to what he was pre-injury. Draymond shoots a career low this playoff run, and yet Steph still found a way to lead his team. I thought it was a crowning achievement for an all-time great.
You coached at Ole Miss. You were an analyst on the SEC Network and now have rebuilt UAB into an NCAA tournament team, all during Steph Curry's time in the NBA. The Splash Brothers, Steph and Klay, tell me how they changed the game you coach now. Have they had a major influence on the way the game is played, not only in the NBA but also on the college level?
Oh, no question. You know, professional sports, college sports, we're all kind of in a copycat business. You know, I grew up in the 80s from the Showtime Lakers where everybody was, you know, running the fast break, them and the Celtics, epic battles, and then it evolves into the Bad Boys Pistons, and then the MJ era. Well, now we're in the positionless basketball, everybody spray threes, and that was really all a testament to the success that Golden State has had. I think Steve Kerr has done a terrific job of utilizing the rules of the game as they currently exist. And when you've got 2 guys in Steph and Klay that are all-time great shooters, I think Steph is the best shooter in the history of basketball, and Klay is probably in the top 10. When you have 2 of those guys in their prime together, it puts you in a position to do something very special, and they certainly capitalized on that moment.
Well, way back when Steph first came on the scene and they won their first championship, I saw a story one time about how many shots, and I can't remember the number, but how many shots he puts up every day, off season, in the season. He shoots all the time. Shoot. Everybody loves to shoot the 3. Do you ever talk to your guys about how many times you got to put up shots? You got to stay in that rhythm. You got to practice. It's not just something you can do on a normal day. There's got to be a lot of you time shooting in the gym, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's no question. You certainly have to earn the right to be able to make them in game time situations. Repetition. You know, we just opened up a new basketball practice facility a few weeks ago, and our guys are in there as we speak and putting in those much-needed reps. But, you know, from a guy who made a living shooting the basketball for a few years, You certainly have to put in your time, but also I think there's a special gift that comes along with what you see when you see Steph Curry and Klay Thompson doing it at the level that they're doing it.
Coach Andy Kennedy with us for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm curious, Coach, when he was coming up in high school at Charlotte. Look, I mean, a lot of schools didn't get Steph Curry, so I'm not trying to point you out, but I'm wondering, was he even on your radar? I think you were at Cincinnati then and then transitioning to Ole Miss. Was Steph even on the radar in recruiting?
No, he was a below-the-radar guy. He's somebody that I remember seeing. I'm so old. I sat there, and as they were showing, Al Horford, and this is ironic, Al Horford, I think, just finished his 16th year in the NBA. My first year at Ole Miss was his last year at Florida, the back-to-back of the national championship run with him and Joakim Noah and Corey Brewer and that crew with Billy Donovan. And I played against his father, Tito Horford. They showed a picture of his dad, who obviously played at LSU from the Dominican, and I played against him overseas. And I was like, damn, I'm getting old.
But there's always new chapters at your age, and it became official earlier this week with UAB announcing they, next July, moving officially to the AAC. We've talked to you many times. We knew this was coming. But to finally see it officially announced, now you can go out and officially sell it. The logos will be there and everything. What does this mean for your program, Andy?
I think it's the next step. I really do. I think that it's going to help propel UAB and UAB athletics to the next step. With the success that is currently occurring down on the south side, I know there's a lot of momentum being created. The brand new football stadium, the success that Bill Clark and his program has had, the fact that we have now got this thing back moving in the right direction. I think the AAC is going to help us take the next step because I think for our fans, it's going to excite them just based on the quality and the name of the opponent coming back through to Birmingham. It'll be kind of like the old days where people are excited about Blazer basketball and the opportunity to see a Memphis, to see a Wichita State, to see an SMU, to see a Temple, teams that have had a lot of success as it relates to basketball in particular, coming back into Bartow Arena.
Coach, and Robert was asking this on the chat, and this is a common misconception among a lot of basketball fans. A lot of people, because it's this way in football, think every conference has their own officials. It's not the case. Officials work tons of conferences, but they do tend to work the same conferences a lot. Do you think you'll have to learn new officials in the American? Will it be guys you've seen before?
No, the American has a consortium with the SEC, so I think the guys that are coming through and doing SEC games. I've been doing this a long time. I've been in the business 25 years. Very seldom do I see a guy that I have not run across in the past. Typically in a league like Conference USA, which is a little obviously lower than the AAC as it relates to pay scale for officials and notoriety, we're going to get younger guys or guys that are kind of trying to get to the finish line. The AAC will get a lot of the same guys that'll be doing SEC games.
That said, all of that said, it is an exciting move. Is there an arena that excites you about you'll finally get to go to a game or play a game, coach a game in that arena?
I've got such great respect. I'm a basketball Jones. I've got such great respect for Wichita State and the passion of their fan base and how they really, really, support basketball. Obviously, Greg Marshall took them to a Final Four not too very long ago with Fred Van Fleet running that team. So I have never been to a game as a player or as a coach in Wichita State. Looking forward to that one. Obviously, I've had the opportunity. We had a series when I was at Ole Miss with Memphis. Again, great respect for their program. Again, two programs that aren't quote-unquote blue bloods, but they're certainly on that next level just based on the commitment that they have to men's basketball.
All right, he is Coach Andy Kennedy. The basketball season will be here before you know it. I think I saw your guy John Rothstein tweet yesterday, 144 days. So I guess we're 143 now. He may be.
It'll be here sooner than we can imagine.
That's right. Go follow Coach on Twitter at CoachAK13. Coach, thank you for the time. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you guys as well. Take care.
All right. It's hard to believe that Steph Curry, coach, was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Steph Curry, I guess the only thing left for him was a Finals MVP, which he got last night. It's a Hall of Fame career already, but last night got the Finals MVP.
He did. Only Kobe Bryant had scored more points in his career in a NBA Finals without winning an MVP, and Steph Curry was able to finally get that. I can't imagine anybody more valuable to a franchise than Steph Curry was to what the Warriors did, and they had won 3 championships before that. But when you have Kevin Durant and you have Draymond Green, you have Klay Thompson, it has been a team effort there to get to where they got, and good to see them back. They're there 4 out of the last 8 years, and there's a lot to be said about the Golden State Warriors. The 52-19 run last night was just amazing. And then I thought the key was their defense. I'm a defensive guy, being an old SEC football fan. I think defense wins championships. We saw it this past year with Georgia. And I thought defense won this NBA title. A lot of talk about Steph and them, but what Wiggins was able to do defensively to Tatum and such in this series was pretty impressive. The Warriors are your NBA champions. Part of the show being brought to you by Michelson. We'll give you the look ahead here in just a second after Brown tells you about the great folks at Michelson, making you see everything great.
Dr. Jen and Mark Michelson do a fantastic job there at Michelson Laser Vision. What they do is LASIK surgery. They help you to see better. Now, they're not going to be right for everybody. In fact, I've got astigmatism, and I talked to Dr. Jennifer Michelson. She goes, I just don't know that it's going to be right for you, and I'd rather not do it if I don't know. 969-8100. That's the type of people you're dealing with there, and they are pioneers in this industry. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Just go get screened. Go get a consultation, see if LASIK vision is right, or LASIK surgery is right for you to help your vision. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, when we come back, we'll knock out 4 downs today. That's part of our look ahead. Jeff Fisher starts hour number 3 with us at 11 o'clock. And then always on Friday in our drink hour, a Bud Light keg over here, we'll tap that in the final hour. And Rockstar is in the lounge. Rockstar, rock song, country song, 90s rap song today.
Ooh, I go 90s rap.
Ooh, it's between 90s or country, so I may do we can do a country rap song called Crap.
Oh, boy, never heard that joke before.
You have never liked country music.
I like old country.
Do you really?
I can do Johnny Cash and Hank Williams Sr. I do not like.
So you're a classic country guy. That surprises me.
I don't listen to it all the time, but I can tolerate it more than Keith Urban and Eric Church and all that stuff.
I look at the big lead every morning, and they have sort of I don't even know what it's called, the Roundup, I think it's called. And down at the bottom, occasionally they will drop a music video from years gone by. Today's was Oasis, Don't Look Back in Anger, one of my favorite songs of all time.
Yeah. But the intro of Imagine, he actually I totally lifted it off Imagine from John Lennon.
Oh, really? So you had to pay for that, huh?
No, I think it's just the intro. I don't know if you can own chords because it's just CF, but it's
okay,
Imagine.
Yeah, so he didn't like,
Yeah, so that's the video today there. I love that one. You don't have to play it later on, but we'll have Rockstar in the Lounge coming up at 12:35. All that still ahead. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. It's that time of year where you're starting to tour. If you're a rising senior, tour some colleges. We want you to put Montevallo on that to-do list this summer. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Maybe you're already at school or still looking for a place to go to school this fall. Give Montevallo a look. Montevallo.edu, great growing institution there with multi-million-dollar new facilities in the theater department, business department, communications, 75 majors, 21 NCAA varsity scholarship sports. Same number you get at Auburn, Alabama, that type of school. And it's all fully funded, fully scholarshiped at the University of Montevallo. Great facilities there and a wonderful place to succeed in the classroom. 5 years they haven't raised the tuition. 5 straight years now. You can check out what Montevallo can do for you. Southern Living loves the campus. You will too. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
All right, remember the College World Series starting today, and then Auburn doesn't play until the last game of the first round. They play tomorrow night, 6 o'clock out in Omaha. The first game's at 1 today, Texas A&M and Oklahoma. Butch Thompson yesterday had a comment. He was asked about Sonny DiChiaro. When they first met Sonny, the conversation to get him to come to Auburn, how did that go? And Butch said, "Oh, he had us at hello." The old Jerry Maguire. The old Jerry Maguire line. He had us at hello.
He's been a heck of a player, man.
He is one of the reasons they are there. Part of our show being brought to you by Bromberg's. If you've got somebody in your life you had at hello, you can get the diamond right here at Bromberg's.
Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry timepieces and gifts. And they've got one of the most extensive giftware departments servicing the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. See Brombergs today, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook in the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
Forrester, if you'll give me that video of the Bears yesterday at practice, this will get us into our 4 downs. But there's a picture here from Chicago Bears social media. And for those of you that are 40 years, maybe 45 years and younger, you're not going to even know what this means. But everybody's got jersey number 41 on yesterday at Bears mandatory camp. It was the 52nd anniversary of the death of Brian Piccolo. All right, and I wasn't around really watching football when Brian Piccolo played, but it was in a movie, Brian's Song, and they honor him in camp wearing everybody in the 41 jersey yesterday. I thought it was a pretty neat honor for something that happened 52 years ago. He died of cancer when he was 26 years old and a player with Gale Sayers on the Chicago Bears team. That is a backdrop because that was maybe the first sports movie I remember ever crying to. If the Brian's Song, it's a poll question we have out. If you're old enough to have remembered the movie Brian's Song, did you cry at it? You can go vote at Next Round Live. But I got a question in 4 Downs off of that, and 4 Downs is brought to you every day by the great folks at Vulcan Tire. Soon to be 5 locations in Pell City.
4 great ones. I just used them for my daughter's car, getting some service done while she's out of town this week, and they are fantastic. I used the Hoover location, but they got 4 great locations. Everything bumper to bumper, not just tires. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
One sports movie that made you cry. The first one for me was Brian's Songs, but I cried a lot of movies. I cry at commercials. I cry a lot. Oftentimes in tears. Is there a sports movie that has ever made you cry?
I'm not a big crier. I'm trying to think, Dunaway. I'm not a big crier. I would say my wife's probably going to see me cry twice. We've been together 30 years.
Were they both at sports movies?
No, I can't think of one. I'm trying to think of one that even gave me a lump in my throat. See, I don't really like sports movies all that much. I hated Tin Cup.
Really? Any tears in Hoosiers?
I mean, I'll get the lump in my throat, when they're celebrating and all, get chills. But I don't know about crying. I don't think I've ever cried at one.
Rockstar, I don't know if one ever resonated with you. What was the one about the U.S. Olympic team?
Miracle?
That got me a little bit.
I don't think I've never seen that one.
Scott was making fun. Cool Runnings was an emotional movie, man.
Yeah, Cool Runnings was an emotional movie.
Really?
When
I've never seen that.
Bobsled up and they pick it up and carry it the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That gets me too.
Yeah.
That gets me fired up. There's a couple of movies.
You made me think of Cuba Gooding Jr. there. We had dinner with him once. And
Radio?
No, not at all. I've never seen Radio. But there's a movie called, he's a Navy diver. Have you ever seen that one?
Something Men of Honor?
Men of Honor, I think so. The scene in the courtroom at the end with Robert De Niro. That'll get you choked up.
Very sporty.
No, it's not sports at all. I was trying to think of a movie that made me cry.
Little Giants, Elliot says.
Icebox, man.
Several of those sports movies. Just one. Brian's Song was the first for me, though. The Bears honored him yesterday. Let's do second down.
Second down.
More surprising for you, Brown. The DJ comes and is playing really good at the U.S. Open, or how bad Phil Mickelson was? Which is more surprising to you?
Neither are terribly surprising. I mean, DJ's still, a top 20 player in the world, was number 1 in the world just last year, and Mickelson hasn't played, so I did not expect anything out of Mickelson. In fact, I expected this. I guess I would say I'm maybe more surprised by Johnson, the way he's playing, but that didn't blow me away.
Has a lot of pressure on him to come over here after what happened last week, and there are times I think he checks out, even in majors, that if it doesn't get off to a great start, sometimes he checks out and he's ready to go do something else. I've been impressed with what he did yesterday.
No. He's played well. I wasn't stunned by that, and I'm not stunned by Mickelson either. The guy has just not played. I mean, he's played one tournament since February, basically. You can't stay sharp that way.
Third down.
All right, yesterday they made the announcement of the World Cup that's coming to North America in 2026. They'll play matches in Mexico, Canada, and, of course, in the United States. And that includes Atlanta. We'll have World Cup games just down the road in Atlanta, legit World Cup games. We love to watch sports on television. Would you rather go to a World Cup final here in the United States or a Super Bowl game?
Oh, Super Bowl.
A World Cup final.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Super Bowl, definitely. I'd much rather go to the Super Bowl.
Well, you've said many times on the show, and LT's been many, talks about how it's not as engaging there as it is in many sporting events that you go to. It's very corporate. It's not the same atmosphere you get.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a bucket list thing, going to a Super Bowl. Now, I don't know if I would want to go if the Dolphins were in it. I've gone back and forth on that. You know, would I want to watch it in my own home or among? I don't know. Hopefully one day I'll get to make that decision. But given the choice, absolutely Super Bowl.
Yeah, you get a chance to go to the Super Bowl every year. I mean, probably the last chance of my lifetime to go to a World Cup final here in the U.S.
I just don't particularly care about the World Cup, so I don't know that I would be interested.
So you've never gone to an event you really didn't care a lot about just because it's a big thing?
The Olympic soccer. That was at Legion Field, yeah.
And that was a big deal. I mean, you remember that game, right?
I went less because it was soccer. No, I really don't. It was It was United States, right?
Yeah, U.S. and Colombia.
Colombia?
Yeah.
And the U.S. scored right away and then got shellacked. And
but you went because it was the Olympics.
I went just to say I went to the Olympics.
Yeah.
I actually went because Stephen Reeves broke up with Tracy Edmondson and I got her ticket.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
No, I got her ticket. They got married though, so everything turned out okay.
But I'm not saying you're going to watch it because of soccer, just because it's a World Cup and you can go to a Super Bowl in a year. That's why I would choose the World Cup over the Super Bowl. I'm much more interested in the Super Bowl, obviously.
Yeah.
But like the Olympics, it's a chance to go to the World Cup. I forget what stupid event I went to see. I saw that soccer event, but I think I made it in to see, what's it called when they're cycling around that little
the cyclorama or whatever. I know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
No, I know.
I'm saying Silodome, but it's not a Silodome.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is now.
Yeah.
No, but the thing I remember
and they're passing each other. I'm sitting here watching. I don't understand the rules. Who's in the lead? I don't even know what we're doing.
John Lunsford says it was Argentina. Maybe it was Argentina.
Maybe
I don't know
was.
who they were playing, but I remember the United States scoring right away. Everybody going nuts. Then they got shellacked the rest of the game. Started the second period. I went to the concession stand, missed the entire second period. And wait a minute. They only played two halves.
It's 45 minutes.
I missed most of the second half in line at the concession stand. I got back for like the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and nothing has changed.
It's pretty boring.
Big events in Birmingham.
Oh, Tracy Edmondson.
Fourth down.
Everything turned out okay.
Amari Cooper's birthday today, now with the Cleveland Browns. When careers are said and done, better career Amari Cooper in the NFL or Jerry Jeudy in the NFL?
I'm going to go Amari Cooper. These are so hard when you ask those because you've already seen one. It's
right.
It's a little maybe easier to answer these when it's guys that are at the same point in their career. But I've already seen Amari Cooper's career, and he's had a really good career, and it's not over yet. So I think I'll go Amari Cooper.
Yeah, but he becomes now a role receiver in Cleveland. He's been a main guy with the Raiders and the Cowboys. Doesn't really have anything to show for it, but he's been very productive.
Solid career.
Jerry Jeudy, to me, now about to get Russell Wilson. Now it's Russell at the end of his career, but there may be a window here, 1, 2, 3 years that Jeudy turns out some numbers.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, with the Cleveland quarterback situation. So that worries me about Amari Cooper, too. I don't think it's going to be Deshaun Watson. I don't know who it's going to be.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations and a 5th one coming very soon to Pell City, Alabama. And we appreciate Vulcan Tires being with us. Patrick Mahomes yesterday was interviewed as the Chiefs do a little camp. He, too, says he's surprised by Tyreek Hill's comments in the exit to Miami about Mahomes' accuracy, and Tyreek saying he was underutilized in Kansas City, to which Mahomes says, in 5 years, 6,000 passing yards, how underutilized was he?
I hope he's plenty utilized in Miami, but that seems like a silly comment. It's like they went to Tyreek Hill every time they could.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't understand Tyreek's mindset and his thinking and what he's doing and his transition to Miami here, because your years were great. You won a world championship and you played in another Super Bowl. Why burn that relationship and that bridge with Chiefs fans and Patrick Mahomes by what you're doing to Miami? And doesn't it put just a lot more pressure on him in Miami than if he was saying nothing but nice things and just moving on? It seems like he's putting a lot of pressure on himself to go out and perform and make Tua Tagovailoa as good or better than Patrick Mahomes. Putting a lot of pressure on him and putting a lot of pressure on Tua, I think.
Yeah, it almost seems like he's a little bit cocky.
Yes, I would say.
NFL receiver, cocky.
I wish he would just leave Kansas City in the rear view and everything be about Miami. That's what I would prefer. When he's asked about Kansas City, just be like, hey, great time. That's in my rearview mirror. I'm on to Miami, man. Go Belichick. Be on to Miami. Don't worry about what happened in Kansas City. The natural, when he hits the home run. I don't know if I cried when I was a kid. Lump in my throat, though. Home run at the end. Spoiler alert.
All right.
Natural.
Back to the natural on that one. Top of the hour here when we come back. We jump back into college football. It's another one of our poll questions we have out. Matt Leinart's doing it again. The Reggie Bush Heisman Trophy. Should he get it back? We'll talk about that. And there's an NFL referee that's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this summer.
Really?
Why he's going in, and when it was announced, I was like, what are we doing? And then I've gone back and read a story today at ESPN.com, and this guy should have already been in the Hall of Fame, everything he brought to the game. I will, if you have not seen the story, we'll talk about that. And this guy his fingerprints is all over the football that we enjoy. And he should have already been in the Hall of Fame. He's 97. I hope he makes it to the summer so he can see his bus go into the Hall of Fame. It's all coming up on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Lance Taylor has lost the bracket bet, so Jim Dunaway, Rockstar, and I have chosen to send him to Salina, Kansas, the absolute middle of nowhere. LT now has to use a car, a bus, and a train to get back home, and you can follow his journey right here on the Next Round and on all of our social media. LT's journey back from Salina, Kansas is presented by Bud Light Next, Hemp Hill Services, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive. See how LT makes it back home from the middle of nowhere here on the Next Round.
Listen up, guys. Nichols Outfitters is really excited to announce the opening of their brand new fishing department. If you haven't been by the store in a while, you need to go check it out. You won't recognize the place. All the brands, too. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, and 6 Sense Fishing. I could keep going. It's all you've been asking for now in the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters. See it for yourself. Exit 242 in Pelham and nicholsoutfitters.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Boy, one way you know time is flying, Brown, I think you and I started doing a college football countdown when we were on AM 690 back in the day.
I will believe that.
And we would count down to the college football season. And it goes faster and faster every year.
It really does. It used to seem like it went slow.
Oh, it did. It did.
And now it goes fast.
71 days away from week 0. We'll be in Atlanta coming up 1 month from Monday.
How about that? For media days.
1 month from Monday for SEC Media Days. Big Ten makes their announcement on when their Media Days is happening. They'll be in Indianapolis. 2-day affair. We make it 4 days in the SEC. They go 2 days on July 26th and 27th. I was going to pitch to LT next time he joins us. Should we just go from Atlanta to Indianapolis?
I know the answer to that one.
And he will say, heck no.
No.
Heck no. But let's do the headlines starting this hour off, and then we'll talk a little college football. It's brought to you by our friends at Willie's. Willie is the dog, right?
He is. That's right. It's Blake and Connor that are going to be doing all the work. Willie just tells them where to go. He is the dog, and it is Willie's Pressure Washing. If you need to get your home, business, financial investment looking brand new again, call that team at Willie's Pressure Washing. The video Scott is showing you is from Lance's house. They come to your house too, or your business. They offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored for your unique needs. They'll be at my house doing my windows and some of my brickwork there, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They have got the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Patio, driveway, windows, home exterior. It can be back-breaking chore when you try to clean it, so let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Here's how you get in touch with Blake and Connor and tell them, I want to see Willie, the dog, and I want y'all to come clean it up. 963-2000, 963-2000, Willie's Pressure Washing.
I was a little later getting here today. Forrester will attest to this. Usually I'm the first one here. Couple of times this week, Forrester has beaten me here, and today we're arriving at about the same time.
Right.
Because yesterday I went to our friends at Bullet Coffee and picked up coffee.
Okay.
A little out of the way from me, but I love their coffee, so I went there. Today I was digging through my 100 or so T-shirts just to find this one after the Warriors win the championship.
Are they in a box or something?
This is it's in drawers and boxes. Well, not boxes, but those little things that you slide in your closet.
Right.
Baskets, if you will. Baskets.
Because people ask me all the time, who is the biggest Golden State fan you know?
That's Jim Dunaway.
Dunaway.
Easily,
He is a Splash Brothers guy.
No, not a fan. I just like a good T-shirt, and I don't know if this is a good one or not. But one thing
I don't like the swastika. I just like the T-shirt. It's a good T-shirt.
I would tell you, though, that this is not a what's it called when you have the approval of the NBA?
Oh, yeah, that is not officially licensed.
This is not officially licensed. I bought this from some website that did not sell officially licensed gear.
Jim bought it from oldenstate.com. .net.
But it was, I bought it back when they were really good the first time around. And here they are still this many years later. Four championships in 8 years.
I saw somebody last night on Twitter say, it's a legitimate dynasty when you can go from worst to first in your dynasty.
Yeah.
Like they've had the dynasty. They went back to worst. Now worst to first again. I mean, they've done a little bit of everything.
Yeah, to your point, they were 15-50 one year.
Yeah, Klay Thompson made a pretty big difference for them, as it turns out.
15-50, and so did Steph. I think Steph missed a lot of that year,
he
too.
did. Yeah, I think he played like 5 games.
Warriors win the championship. Auburn's trying to do that, the College World Series, the Men's College World Series out in Omaha. And Auburn plays tomorrow night. They had a chance to practice there at the new Rosenblatt Stadium, whatever they call it now.
TD Ameritrade, I believe.
TD Ameritrade Stadium, right there in downtown Omaha. Sonny DeShera and Carson Skipper, a couple local kids. Sonny from Hoover, Carson from over at Hewitt-Trussville. They had a chance yesterday to meet the media and talk about what the Tigers' mindset is as they get ready for Ole Miss tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
I think it's everything everybody dreams of, playing baseball, all of us, we're so excited and we work so hard to get here. And just like Coach Thompson said, our motto this week is just we're not done.
The motto back in 2019 was kind of, let's make it to Omaha. And then this year it's been, go out and let's win a national championship. Just making it here is not good enough for us. So we're going to go out and do everything we can to prove it and prove ourselves.
Such a hard worker there, Carson Skipper, out of the bullpen. He and Burkhalter are a big part of why Auburn's out there, and, of course, Sonny D.
You hope actions match words there if you're an Auburn fan, because it's easy to say those things, but it's also easy to get caught up in the fact of looking around and seeing what you've accomplished and realizing I'm in the College World Series.
That's right.
I mean, and good news for Auburn is this is 2 of the last 3 College World Series they've been in. So as he said, they've got some experience in that. But, it's going to be hard not to just get caught up in the fact that you start the season wanting to make it to Omaha and you get there. You hope that you can take that unfinished business mentality and go finish the business that's in front of you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Before we do our Baumhauer's spotlight today, let's hit a couple more headlines here. We mentioned Golden State. The World Series starts today, 1 o'clock, Texas A&M and Oklahoma, then Texas and Notre Dame tonight. Tomorrow, still first-round games, Arkansas and Stanford at 1, Auburn and Ole Miss goes at 6 o'clock. U.S. Open, round 2 is underway, just mostly sunny skies up there in New England today. The leader is still Daffy, is that right?
Duffy.
Duffy? Mm-hmm. Duffy is still the leader?
He's got a one-shot lead, but he's come backwards. He was at 6 under and just dumped it in the bunker on the 15th. So he's all the way back to 4 under on the tournament. So he's got a one-shot lead over McIlroy, and all those guys haven't started yet.
And McIlroy goes later today at 12:25 Central Time. Justin Thomas is out on the course and was at even last time I saw him. Where's JT? And what does he need to do today to still sort of be in contention? Just be around 1 under, make the cut and be 1 under, somewhere around there keeps you in it?
Yeah, I mean, you're in it at that point, but you're going to need a really good round. I think I saw today, and Justin Thomas is 2 over in his round today, 1 over on the tournament, so he's going the wrong way today. I think I saw that something like 8 of the last 9 winners were within 2 shots of the lead or something in the weekend. It was some weird stat like that. So, it's a bunch leaderboard right now. You just got to watch for a guy. Here's what you don't want if you're Justin Thomas. You don't want a really good player like a Rory McIlroy or somebody like that going deep today and getting a big extended lead.
Yeah, to take his 3 under and make it 8 under.
That's right. That's not to say Rory can't come backwards. Lord knows he can. But say if it's Callum Tarrant or MJ Duffy, you're like, okay, that guy's coming backwards. I'll catch him. But if it's a world-class player, you do worry about that a little more probably.
Yeah, so right now weather is perfect up there, and they're playing golf. LT's on his way back. Night bedded down in Nashville last night. He'll be in the car and back in Birmingham hopefully early this afternoon, and we'll have LT back on the show on Monday. All right, those are your headlines. We've updated you on the leaderboard. We've talked a little Auburn baseball. Let's do our Baumhauer Spotlight today. It's brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's.
And our guy Bob Baumhauer brought buffalo wings to the Deep South and to the state of Alabama about 40 years ago, and people didn't really know what they were. He had to give them away initially. Not the case anymore. People love the wings and all the great food there at Baumhauer's. You go online to baumhauers.com, find a location nearest you. And don't forget that inflation sucks menu. Boy, does inflation suck. It's taking a hit on everybody. Bob's trying to help you out, man, with a menu that can help that pocketbook, that wallet, Go to bombhowers.com to find a location nearest you.
All right. Andy Kennedy already on the show, but our spotlight today is going to be twofold. One, it's going to be a little college football, and then it's going to be the referee that's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I asked a question earlier today on Twitter, our poll question. Does Reggie Bush deserve his Heisman Trophy back? I'll update you on the poll in a second, but here is Matt Leinart on with former USC quarterback Matt Barkley, and they're talking about that USC dynasty, if you will, early on in 2000 with Pete Carroll and Leinart at quarterback and Reggie Bush, the running back, how many games they won, how they won, the reputation of that team, and should Reggie get his Heisman back? This is from our friends at Stadium.
I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, we won. What happened with Reggie had no effect on what was going on the field and all of those years. Obviously, it had a pretty dramatic effect on the program. Guys like yourself and teams that followed. But we won fair and square. We beat the hell out of everybody fair and square. They can take us out of the record book, but people still know that team was one of the best teams to ever. Yeah, we all know. So,
but looking back on it now, especially with the scene and the NIL stuff that's going on now, it's almost as if they could take you out of but they need to put him back in and reinstate all those things that happened because of the scene now. I mean, that came 10, 20 years too late, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, now it's legal, so it's different, but in that era, I mean, there was a lot of people doing a lot of things, and I think the next step for Reggie is getting his Heisman back. People can say all they want, but Reggie earned the Heisman because of his play, because he was not only the best player in college football that year, but he's one of the best college football players of all time.
All right, so where are you on that? From the Making Bread podcast.
I saw that was the name of it, the old Making Bread podcast.
Yeah, Matt Barkley, they're hosting that for our friends at Stadium.
So I've got conflicting views on this. I've always thought it was very silly that they took his Heisman away from him. I've always thought that was very silly. He earned it on the field. Were there NCAA issues? Yes, but this is an award that's based on what you do on the field, and the people had voted based on what he did on the field. Did you go back to all the voters and say, okay, you voted for Reggie Bush,
right?
But now that you've seen the NCAA allegations, do you take your vote back, right? I mean, I don't get that. Like, if I voted for Reggie Bush, do I still vote for him if I knew his family got a house? Yeah, I still vote for him. I mean, he was the best player in college football that year, or at least I thought he was if I was voting for him. What I don't agree with is the thought that a lot of people have now of, all of that's legal now. You could do that now, so why punish him? Well, it was illegal then. I mean, if I don't buy into that argument. I'm not saying that he shouldn't get it back, but I don't use that argument. That, to me, that's a silly argument too. To say all that's legal now, you shouldn't be punished for what he did back then because everything he did back then is legal with NIL. I mean, that's like saying, I mean, I don't even know an example, but like, for instance, if murder weren't illegal at one point and you shot somebody and now it's illegal, well, we're going to go back and we're going to punish him for it. Well, no, he didn't break the law then, right? I mean, It's an awful thing he did, obviously. I mean, that's an extreme example, clearly. But I just don't get that.
You need to work on those analogies.
Well, give me an analogy to use. All right, I got an analogy for you. I've got a much better analogy.
No, got it.
That's what I was going to do. So I'm driving down 280, and the speed limit, is 45 now. And I was 20 years ago, it was 65. You shouldn't give me a ticket. Well, I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
rules change.
It'd be the other way. I'd go back now. I want my money back.
That's right.
Because you gave me a speeding ticket for 45. Now I can drive 65 on 280.
That's right. Why should I need my $250 speeding ticket back? Yeah. I mean, that's silly. That's a silly train of thought. So I don't buy into that. I just think it was dumb they took it away from him. But again, to begin with, they should give it back to him. But there again, it is their trophy. They control it, and I guess they get to make the rules. I mean, it is the Heisman Trophy. It is not the, Reggie Bush Trophy. If it were his trophy, he gets to make the rules. It's theirs. I guess they get to.
You can go vote at nextroundlive.com in our Cowan Equipment poll question there. The other part of our spotlight today, on the other side of that discussion, is we're putting an NFL official into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And this guy's been around the NFL since 1968. He's been part of officials since 1968. His name is Pat McNally, and he's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's 97. They don't know if he's going to attend the ceremony or not. And his family, who was interviewed by ESPN, said, he's had a very happy life. He never thought this honor would come. They were very surprised when he was voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Mainly, he's been outspoken. Why would they put me into the Hall of Fame? The only time they ever write about officials as sports writers, they're the ones that vote on the Hall of Fame, is when we mess things up.
That's right. How did they even know I was there unless I screwed it up?
So when you only write about our mistakes, how are you going to put us in? But this guy who took over basically the rules of the NFL and officiating and implementing rules and changes has been with the NFL since 1968.
All right, sell me on it. Tell me what he did.
Okay, here we go. So this guy is charged with, they're like, okay, we're getting no scoring. It's all field goals. And so they came to him and they said, in the 1970s, we need offenses to be more. And this is early 70s. So he sat down and tried to take the owner's wishes of bringing more offense to the NFL, making it more entertaining in the early 70s. And so they did a lot of things. One of them, it was his idea to change the hash marks. They used to be really wide.
That's right.
And he's the guy that brought them in and lined them up with the goalpost to where you had a lot more. The ball was almost always in the center of the field, which gave you a lot of room to run plays and such. It wasn't always stuck on one side of the field. You didn't have as much short side, long side of the field to play.
Yeah, I did hate what it created, though,
him.
is the multiple hash marks when you got a college and pro field. We don't get as much of that anymore, but I did hate that part of it, but that is a smart move. Smart guy, all right? There's one.
That's one. Probably the biggest one that changed the offense and opened it up, it was his idea to eliminate the chuck rule, to where the DBs could not, chuck a guy off the line as much. That 5-yard window.
Right. The free release.
The free release is his idea. Okay, if you guys want more offense, here's what I think would help, and here's how we do the rule. We're going to eliminate you just knocking wide receivers down and just holding them up so they can't run routes. We're going to make this 5-yard rule, and that was his idea that came up with that. How innovative was that?
That is an innovative idea. One thing I hate is it's an automatic first down. I hate that. I've never understood why a 5-yard penalty is an automatic first down. You see what I'm saying? I think a 10-yard penalty, that's fine, because normally 10 yards is all you need for a first down, but I've never understood a 5-yard penalty. But other than that, go ahead. That's not his call.
There was a time, and most of you will not remember this, where the goalpost lined up even with the goal line.
Yeah, I've always hated that.
And in the red zone, it was an obstruction.
All right, you couldn't run crossing routes.
The quarterbacks would hit the uprights. You'd run defenders and receivers would run into the thing. Not only was it a health hazard, it hurt play in the red zone. It was his idea to move it back to the end zone, to the end line. It was this guy's idea to do that.
I mean, it's such an obvious idea. It's weird that it took an official to do that. Like,
it was part of the, hey, we want more offense.
Well,
so here's another
but
thing.
You would have thought that one was pretty obvious to the rule maker. I mean, the other ones are kind of like, oh, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. But just moving the goalpost. We keep having passes hit the goalpost. How can we fix that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe move it to the back of the end zone. That one seemed pretty obvious.
It was his idea to add the 7th official. They used to have 6.
Okay.
He put the extra official out there so they can free things up. And he is a guy that also, and this is the one, and it's hard to believe that he's the one that made this work. I mean, he didn't invent the technology, but he's the one that made it work and how we have gotten the rules all these years. But they challenged him in the television era in the late 70s, early 80s they started saying, hey, should we use instant replay in officiating? And he's the one that designed how we would do instant replay rules. And can you believe we've had instant replay in the NFL since '86?
No. Is that when it started?
86?
Right. Yeah, that is surprising to me.
It started in '86. The experiment.
The experiment.
He started that in 1986.
Got it.
He's known as, quote, the father of instant replay. This guy is.
Well, how about that? Now, I'd like us to refine it a little more. I'm not quite sure we use it the right way, but
I've always liked the college replay better than the NFL replay.
I think so. It just takes too long. It feels like.
Well, I like the fact they're reviewing every play. Right.
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
And they can
not
buzz
just every scoring play.
They can buzz down.
Yeah.
I don't like the challenge flag. Yeah. I'd like the official to stop it if there's, if not, we just keep going.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
No, that's that guy did have a huge impact. I mean, I got no problem with him going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Those are all pretty good innovations, like moving the field goal back. I mean, in my lifetime, most of that had already happened before I was alive. So
right.
In my lifetime, the greatest innovation, I think, in all of football, it was actually a TV innovation, is the score bug.
The score bug, that is huge.
Like a lot of people would
first
say,
down line's pretty big.
Yeah, I was about to say a lot of people say the first down line. Generally, I can watch and tell where the first down is. I don't necessarily need the line to be there, but now it does look weird if you don't have it on the screen for whatever reason. But most of the time, you can see that first down marker in the wide shot, and I can tell where they got to get a first down. But the score bug, there were times you remember this as a kid, you'd have to turn a game on, and you'd have to let it go a little while before you even knew who was winning, much less how much time was left in the game, unless the announcer said it. I know that wouldn't be an official that came up with it, but he's just an innovator. Whoever came up with the score bug, they ought to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
But when and that was Fox, I believe.
I think they were the first ones to do it. Yeah.
NFL on Fox when it moves over. I think they were the first one to leave the clock and the score bug up the entire time.
Again, that's another weird one that we never did a lot of. Like, how did you not know that everybody tuning in wanted to immediately know the score and time of the game?
But once we got the XFL back in the '90s, the early '90s. With the cable cam, we got that every game now. Every big game or almost every game, we have the camera that's on the cable. I wonder if we've come up with the USFL, like the measuring of the first down. We asked Daryl Johnston that earlier in the week or last week when Moose was on with us. Do you think that's catching on? Have you gotten any buzz from the NFL? And he says not yet. But with that technology, I think it's worked really well in the USFL. It'd be interesting to see if we make that the way we instead of pulling the chains out off the sidelines, if we make that the way we judge first down.
Does seem like an old way to do it. And if I am right, the chips are already in the NFL balls. They only use them for statistical purposes. They don't obviously use them for any sort of measurements. But if I'm not mistaken, the NFL ball already has some sort of chip in it. We're just not using it for that.
Yeah, I like it when if you're at the game, they put it up on the scoreboard and you see the measurement happen, with the chip.
Right.
And there's a little excitement that when they're measuring at a football game, unless they have it up on the screen, I can't tell whether it's a first down or not until the guy points.
Yeah.
I don't know how close it really is.
Yeah, the reaction of the team when they start stretching those chains, you see one team, the defense reaction. Okay, they held them.
Well, good for Pat McNally, who's on his way into the Hall of Fame. Again, when I first saw it, I was like, God, why are we putting an official in the Hall of Fame? Really, you have to be that good.
Those are all pretty good ideas, though.
But to be challenged with taking and making the game more offensive, I thought he did a pretty good job with that, and that's why he's going into the Hall of Fame and not too far away in August when we play that Hall of Fame game, and he will be inducted with everyone else who's going in this year. All right, quick break here, and when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more. The show being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. It is about to be another great weekend in the summertime. I'm looking at the 7-day forecast. Have you guys glanced ahead?
Yes, bunch of 90s and no rain.
A bunch of 90s and even a natural high in 100, I think, on Tuesday.
No rain.
Yeah, so it's about to be hot. Great time for a Redmont Vodka cocktail. Drink responsibly. I always tell you to go follow Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling on social media. They have great ideas for new innovative drinks right there and how to use Redmont Vodka. It's locally distilled, Charles Barkley owned. 8 times distilled. That helps with the flavor as well. You can order it wherever you get your vodka, and at a restaurant or your eatery, order it by name. It's Redmont Vodka. Back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
This Father's Day, pamper Dad with a gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Spa days aren't just for mom anymore. Buy Dad the gift of relaxation, a gift card from Woodhouse Day Spa. Guys, take charge and ask for that gift you really want, a Woodhouse Day Spa gift card. With over 70 options, there is some type of incredible service for everyone. Gift cards are available online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget, we're in Atlanta, July 18th through the 21st for SEC Media Days. Looking forward to that. Did Lunsford see where his Predators are about to be sold?
He did not.
Who was the buyer, though? I saw there was an interesting buyer.
Elon Musk.
It's Bill Haslam, the former Tennessee governor, is going to buy the majority shares of it. His personal wealth, his net worth is $2 billion. He's going to pay close to $1 billion, they think. The franchise was bought recently, or is valued, I should say, at $650 million. So he'll pay somewhere in that neighborhood is what he'll end up paying. The franchise, I didn't know this. I thought that it's been widely supported in Nashville since its beginning. But when the last ownership group bought it for $175 million, by the way, nice investment, $175 million, sell it for $650 million, it was about to move to Hamilton, Canada. And the ownership group bought it to keep it in Nashville.
Yeah, Lunsford will tell you, ESPN says it's the best fan base in sports, or best home arena or something like that in sports. He's a big Tennessee booster, though.
Yep.
Haslam is. That's the big Tennessee guy.
Yeah, well, Jimmy is, and this is Jimmy's brother, the Haslam family. The dad founded Pilot, and Jimmy owns the Browns, and now Bill's going to get into it. I think the only team he owned before this was the Tennessee Smokies in the Southern League. Barron fans are familiar with that team in the minor league, and Panda Bears and all of that back in the day in Sevierville. So there's a Haslam family getting into ice hockey. Who would have ever thought some Rocky Top, Tennessee volunteer gas station owners would one day own an NHL team.
That's true.
We're taking over everything, all of us Southerners.
Pilot Flying J now owns the Lunsford's favorite team.
All right. New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu every day, brought to you by the great folks at New Life.
Hey, listen, they've got that, if you're a Georgia fan, great new painting of the Georgia National Championship. But if you're an Alabama fan, Bryce Young autograph painting. They did an NIL deal with the Alabama quarterback Heisman Trophy winner at New Life Art, and you can get those at DanielMooreArt.com. Bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for more than 40 years. It's New Life Art. They also bring you Rockstar's viewing menu.
Paramount Plus has a new original movie out tonight, Jerry and Marge Go Large.
I thought it looked, it's Bryan Cranston and who's the female?
Annette Bening.
Annette Bening, yeah.
Jerry Selby discovers a mathematical loophole in the Massachusetts lottery, and with the help of his wife Marge, he wins millions of dollars.
Now, where can I see this? It's not theaters,
Paramount
right?
Plus.
Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
I could watch this. I
looked
saw
good.
saw the previews. What was I watching?
I don't know. There was something I was watching too where the previews came. I think it was during a sporting event. The previews came on. And I was like, oh, that looks pretty good, actually.
But I'm trying to think what I may have been watching. I guess maybe it was on hockey. I was watching hockey. I didn't watch any of the NBA playoffs.
And in theaters tonight.
Despite my T-shirt.
And
big Warriors fan.
Theaters tonight. Lunsford City's hitting it tonight. Lightyear. I've never seen any of the Toy Stories.
You have never seen. You talk about crying, Rockstar.
Yeah.
We talked about crying in movies earlier. Toy Story will rip your heart out.
The thing that's weird is they took Tim Allen out of this one.
Because I was asking Lunsford about this because Tim Allen technically got canceled, did he not?
Yeah, I think he's saying it's because of his political views. I don't know that
Captain
obviously
America.
Disney is not going to say, oh, yeah, it was because of his political views. But Chris Evans is the voice. It just seems like a weird decision by Disney. Like, is it going to be controversial that Tim Allen is doing it and he's been the voice all along? Why change it now? What Disney said was which is a total shot at Tim Allen, this is a different character Buzz Lightyear, and we needed a more sophisticated voice. I think was Disney's official line. Official line on this. I'm like, yeah, you've either overthought it or you're just trying to cover up why you really got rid of him.
I'm guessing it'll probably be number one. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah,
They'll
probably
survive.
so.
Yeah, I do want to see it. I didn't know they'd made the change of the voices. I probably would have gone to see it and not even noticed it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I've watched the previews and it didn't jump out at me that they changed.
Now, it drives my wife crazy. She is one of those people that anytime a car, it's usually car commercials, but anytime a car or financial commercial will come on and it's a famous actor or actress voicing over the ad, but you never see him on camera, she will name the voice instantly. Like, she won't even be paying attention, looking at a book. Voice will come on and she'll go, oh, that's Jennifer Garner. But they show Jennifer. I can't think of a good example. Oh, that's Brad Pitt. Oh, that's so. She'll just name it.
Yeah.
She can recognize those voices. I couldn't tell you. I could sit and watch the whole movie and would have never known they changed Buzz's voice.
It is interesting. So my daughter was watching Sing 2. All right, my little one was watching Sing 2. And Matthew McConaughey has a voice in there. And I told my wife, I was like, is this movie any better because they've got Matthew McConaughey voicing
that's
that
an
role?
interesting thing. You look at these IMDb's of these animated features, like, oh my God.
I mean, how much did he spend?
Star-studded, but like, I wouldn't even notice that.
Yeah, I mean, is that movie better just because it's got Matthew McConaughey's voice in it?
Kids are going to see it regardless.
You're appealing to kids. They don't even know who he is.
Did you ask your daughter the reason she wanted to watch it was because of Matthew McConaughey?
No. But you know what she discovered in it? One of the songs they sing is one of the U2 songs, and I can't remember which one it is now. So when that U2 song comes on like my playlist or whatever, she's like, "Oh, that's Sing 2." I'm like, it's really U2.
Yeah.
I mean, try explaining that to her, right? She thinks that song that U2 did that song for Sing 2. It's been out forever.
You
Might be With or Without You.
You got the two. You got the two right, Dad. But it's Sing 2, not U2.
But I mean, it's just funny thinking that for an 8-year-old. They went out and got U2 and Bono. Hey, we need you to do a song for our animated movie. And he's like, okay, I'm on board with that.
Kids Bop, where they think that this is how it really goes.
I
Is
know.
kids singing Satisfaction by Rolling Stones.
She does love Kids Bop.
By the way, it always takes me. I used to, when the kids were little and we were on the Disney Channel on Sirius XM rolling around, there were some of the versions I would like, oh, I like this one better than. Like, I never remember hearing, I forget which one it was.
Hey Ya is a good song by Selena Gomez.
It was a Beyonce song, and I can't remember, but it was a Kids Bop version of it.
All the single ladies?
No. All the single girls.
Yes.
on the playground, all the single girls. You got to put a pop ring on it. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Yeah. You have any more that
No,
you're watching?
that's- That's it for me. I'm
Yeah.
done.
Kristen Bell voiced. She was the voice in Frozen, and she gets a lot of play for that.
Yeah, it's a weird choice that for these kids' movies, they would go watch it, whether it's Matthew McConaughey or Rockstar doing it. They
I'm
don't
thinking
care.
maybe it appeals to the parents too. Like, well, Matthew McConaughey's in it. I'd go see it with you.
I
That's an extra
guess,
ticket.
but I mean, for the price you have to pay for those guys, and I do think I'm not saying voice acting isn't difficult. I think it requires an actor to do it. I don't think you could just go get, Bob Smith on the corner who's never done it. You've got to have acting skills, but it seems like a luxurious expense for an animated movie. to me.
And kids are easily fooled, is what you're saying. I
Yeah.
mean, it may not even care, but like Kristen Bell is the voice of Frozen. You know what the princess looks like. You had Brittany Decker from NBC 13 here in Birmingham. She does a lot of charity work where she dresses up like the princess in Frozen and goes and helps kids out.
How funny.
In local charities, and the kids are fooled. They think that's her.
Look,
she's here.
It's Anna.
Yeah. Is that the name, Anna?
It's Anna and Elsa.
Anna
she's
rides
probably
Max Transit.
She's probably Elsa. Elsa drives an Accord?
But your voice is different.
Yeah.
All right. Chat room's been alive and well
Yep.
today, and it's brought to you today by our friends at Mortgage Right. Changing times in the mortgage world. You need to have the experts at Mortgage right there for you. Hooked up, and it's a scary world out there. It's like being at sea without a ship if you don't have Mortgage Right with you.
No doubt. MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. Home equity. Bigger is always better. So go big and go home with Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. A lot of Reggie Bush talk and a lot of about the official that's going in. Elliot says Reggie Bush is the one player I actually thought earned it on the field. I don't know if he's the only player I thought earned it on the field, but it was hard to argue against Reggie Bush that year. When you watched him, you felt like he was the best player in America.
I mean, he's one of the best players of all time.
I agree.
Of all time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care where you were on the field. When Reggie Bush got his hands on the football, he could take it to the house.
Yeah. Nate says, are we just going to undeath penalty SMU? Because what SMU did technically would be legal right now. You go out and find a sponsor for a card or whatever they were giving away and give it to somebody.
Well,
I mean, we can't just go back and undo those things.
Well, that's they got the chair though. They didn't
I know.
get they didn't get life without
I know.
parole.
We can't give them those games back.
We can't.
But later on, somebody says, look, Alabama had to give up a lot of games. If that stuff's legal, do you go back and just wipe those? I mean, again, Heisman and NCAA are different, but if you start this precedent, are you just going to wipe out all the penalties?
Well, I would.
I mean, we don't recognize those forfeited games anyway. We just count them as wins or losses.
Yeah, we saw the games, wins and losses, and honest to goodness, if Reggie Bush walked in right now and sat in that microphone that Rockstar will be in 2 hours, I would introduce him as Heisman Trophy winner
There's
Reggie
no doubt,
Bush. I don't know about anybody else.
Lunsford says if a player didn't cheat on the field to get their accomplishments, then it shouldn't be taken away. See, I agree with Lunsford on that. Again, that's what I said. He was the best player on the field. And a ton of voters said that's the best player in America. And I don't think you went back to all those voters that said you're ready to change that vote now.
Yeah. Well, I would be okay with that. Okay. I would be okay with that. But I said yesterday that you should give all the awards after the championship game. Now, did Reggie win it the year Vince Young won the championship? Is that same year? Was it 2005 that Reggie won it?
I think so,
Or
yeah.
did he win it in 4?
No, I think he won it the year they won it all. The year they beat Oklahoma. I think because I think Vince Young, didn't he win it the next year?
Did he win it? Did Vince Young win it?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I could be wrong.
All right. See that because
it's hard for me to remember.
I'll go back and look here in a second. But that would be one example of after watching that championship game, if Vince didn't win it after that championship game, I may have been like, he really is the Heisman Trophy winner.
Jay Pear says those are all obvious changes the referee made. You know, there was one guy that was like, we need the goalpost on the goal line. It's always been that way. There's no doubt when he brought this up, like, we're going to move them to the back of the end zone.
Now, you guys say it's all obvious changes, and I could tell as I read every one of them, Brown, you were not blown away by many of them at all, if any.
But moving the goalpost back was pretty obvious.
Everything is obvious after it's already happened, and you're used to it being that way. Like the score bug. It's an obvious thing now. We watch them all, and it happened in 1994 when Fox took over. But back then, we were like, God, do we want that cluttering up our screen? We've got 36 inches of low-definition television. Do I really need it blocking my screen?
It's pretty important information. Yeah, I think we need that.
It is. But I mean, if you're watching the game, you know what the score is, Brown.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Craig says he greatly prefers the score box at the bottom right. The score bug is what is normally called in the business, rather than the bar that spans across the bottom of the screen.
Oh, you're going to get the bar, too, because, A, it's sponsored. And,
yeah.
I mean, you get it all now. Reggie Bush, by the way, did win it in 2005. It is vacated. So I guess you could have given it to somebody else in 2005. Vince Young would have been a great
no doubt.
winner of that. I wonder if Reggie would have even won it if he didn't vote on the Heisman until afterwards.
Yeah. Brooks says, I have always agreed on Brown's long-running stance on changing the fumble end zone rule, eliminating it as a touchback. I hate that rule. I'm 100%. The fumble through the back of the end zone is one of the dumber rules I've ever seen.
Yeah. I like the way you are the face of that rule change. A lot of people in football agree with you.
Yeah, I think we should change that one. Hopefully one day we will. Goose says, with the technology we have today, no one should ever miss a first down or touchdown because of a good or bad spot. 100%. He says, if the USFL can do it, surely the NFL and college football can. I mean, you got to agree with that, right? If they can do it.
Yeah, we're moving to that direction.
Yeah. Tripp says, fumble through the end zone. He says it's a touchback to discourage reckless ball handling at the goal line. I'm fine with that. I mean, but don't give it to the defense. What they have to do with it. So anyway, that's a lot of feedback on the rules people wanted to see change now that we're putting somebody in the Hall of Fame for changing rules.
And over on Twitter, Terry says, crying in a movie, A League of Their Own, when Dottie dropped the ball.
I've never seen A League of Their Own.
It's a good movie. I stop and watch it every now and then.
Yeah.
Mike pointing out Reggie Bush did win it in 05. Leonard got it in 04. Sloan says Brian Cox does McDonald's commercials.
The Brian Cox, not the former NFL player, but Brian Cox from Succession, does McDonald's commercials. And he you hear more of his Scottish accent in those, I think. I'm loving it. He doesn't have a heavy, if you watch him in interviews, Rockstar, he doesn't have a heavy Scottish accent.
It's back and forth. It's
yeah,
weird.
it is weird. It's almost like he can't figure out, do I want to do my acting English voice or my actual Scottish voice? I'll just do both. It's a weird, Rockstar's right. Occasionally the Scottish comes out, but a lot of times it's normal English. You would think he's from the U.S.
You would. You'd think he's from the U.S. You've got some poll questions out there brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll continue the football conversation when we come back and jump into Jeff Fisher, who's back on the show at 11 o'clock. We'll go into his memory bank about the first time he played at Legion Field against Bear Bryant in Alabama. So Jeff Fisher coming up at the top of the hour.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from Cowan's rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information. Vote on all polls at Next Round Live.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Lil Sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Lil Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Before Rockstar tells us about his guy, I want to bring up a smell that I never know if I appreciate the smell or not.
So this is a borderline smell for
it
you,
is.
okay?
Like I just left and I ran down to the bathroom, which is outside.
Okay.
We don't have a bathroom in our spacious facilities
So
up
it's a
here.
shared bathroom.
Yeah, out in the hallway. So I passed the elevators.
Okay.
And somebody had gotten off the elevator with a strong patchouli smell. You know, am I saying that right? A patchouli smell?
Yeah, that covers up the smell of weed.
Or body odor or whatever.
Yeah.
You spray that on when you shower. It's a nice. I don't love the smell, but I think I appreciate the smell because of what it's covering up. You know.
I don't know that I can immediately identify the smell of patchouli. Like if you.
We'll run and stand by the elevator real quick. It'll take you 30
out there, you think?
Take you 30
All
seconds.
right, I'll be right back, Rockstar.
It was really strong when I passed the elevator, and Brown will run there. Do you like patchouli? You ever put it on your body?
No, I have never. It's so weird. It's so weird. I have never worn cologne in my life.
Right.
Deodorant's the only way I go. Never in my life have I worn an ounce of cologne.
I used to occasionally throw a little Old Spice or something on whatever it was. Polo back in the day.
The Cardinal R.
Patchouli, though, is a different smell. Maggie's got some kind of lotion that has a hint of it in it. And I'm always like, "Did you shower today?" And she's like, "No, it's the patchouli smell."
No, I didn't shower today. It's Friday.
I could not smell anything in the hallway, but one of our neighbors walked out, and I was standing by the elevators going,
yeah.
Then walked back in. So I don't know what they think is going on. But occasionally, lotion will have like a hemp smell to it. I hate that smell. I hate that hemp smell in lotion.
Awful.
You sure it's not a patchouli? Am I saying that right?
I think it's hemp. I don't know. Maybe it is
I don't
patchouli.
know what you're.
Okay.
I can't identify, I can't say that's patchouli smell. Like now, If you're ever, it's going to sound awful, but keep in mind now, I've got a teenage daughter. So she has teenage friends that are boys. And as they're coming up through the years, if you're ever around the mix of Axe body spray and
body odor,
13, 14, 15-year-old body odor, that is a horrific combination.
Not good.
That's right. I heard somebody joke about that one time. It may have been a comedian at the Stardome about teenage boys and the battle they have with Axe body spray. Until my son was a teenager, and I was like, my God, did I smell like that when I was 13 or 15 years old?
I think I'd rather just go straight body odor than Axe plus body odor.
I'll tell you, in middle school, when you first start going to PE and you have that locker and everybody's got that spray-on deodorant where it's just those, and nobody washed their uniform, so it's just spray deodorant and that uniform that's been there for a year and a half.
Terrible mixture.
Goose says he has a hand soap with patchouli in it.
Okay.
A little there.
Elliot says frankincense has a particular smell.
Well, it does.
Well, Jesus would know.
That's right.
I don't.
One of the great first gifts.
Yeah, one of the first Christmas gifts ever. Gold frankincense and myrrh. I don't know that I've ever smelled frankincense.
You ever smelled myrrh?
I don't know. I love the smell of gold.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. He is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised right here in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Sorry, Rockstar. I thought you were much of the chat room is convinced Rockstar sings the little sweet thing at the start of the Dr. Pepper commercial that airs in the breaks. That is not Rockstar.
They've changed the singer.
It does sound like you, though.
They've changed the singer, at least on the audio and the commercials. It does sound like you.
No,
it is Justin Guarini from American Idol.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's him singing it.
He's a singer, so why
Well,
would
I know he's a singer.
Let's get the guy from American Idol, but can we use his voice? No.
Well, probably because it's cheaper.
Well, we may be surprised that he has priced himself out as Little Sweet, and they have now replaced him on audio commercials, and we may never see him again in TV commercials.
That's right. When football season rolls around and the Dr. Pepper's commercials are back out, we're not going to see Justin Guarini as Little Sweet.
They may go female, Little Sweetness, or something like that.
Yeah, but I know he actually plays the character, but people in the chat room are convinced that is Rockstar that does it at the start of the commercial that plays during our show. It is not.
It does sound different now. Do you have the commercial, Rockstar?
I do. I guarantee it's going to be within the next couple breaks. We will play it again.
Okay. So we're going to want you to listen to the breaks. Yeah. As always.
Greg from Pell City over in the chat room, our buddy Greg Nelson says, holding penalties. I remember as a kid in the late 70s, a holding call was a 15-yard penalty in the NFL, which was a drive killer. Very easy for referees to manipulate a game back then. I think it lasted until maybe 1978.
That is a big penalty, 15 yards. I mean, for holding, that's a lot. I mean, 10 yards, like in the NFL, you get a hold, you just about are not going to get a first down. I mean, the amount of drives that have a hold in them in the NFL that get a first down are probably very, very, very low.
Hey, the SEC's media deal that they recently signed is a $3 billion deal.
Good to be the SEC.
It is. The MLS folks earlier this week, Major League Soccer in the U.S. signed a $2.5 billion deal with Apple, so good for them.
Well, and a lot of people are pointing at the fact that Apple continues to gobble up major sports. I mean, MLS may not be major, but professional sports, and are pointing to the fact that they are one of the names that is being considered for the NFL, and Apple just hired somebody. I saw this the other day. Hired somebody as their director of sports programming, something that was an NFL employee.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are starting to piece this together and say that Apple is going to be the one that will have Sunday Ticket when all this is said and done, not this season, but the next.
MLS, by the way, a lot of their games will be on Apple streaming, and that'll be the only place you'll be able to get them. They're going to have another deal to give you some of the traditional networks over your satellite or over the air television, whatever, but MLS making that deal with Apple. By the way, if you're wondering, just by comparison, the NHL media rights deal, the one they just signed with ESPN and them, they brought ESPN to the Stanley Cup this year, $5.2 billion deal the NHL got, double that at MLS. But compare that to the National Football League, $186 $113 billion in media rights.
That's a big deal.
Major League Baseball. Remember when America's pastime used to be Major League Baseball? $12.24 billion. Still a lot of money, but 12.24 as compared to $113 billion is a little different. The NBA, $75 billion was their last deal, up from $24 billion.
I mean, that just...
No, excuse me. That's what they're expecting this next one to be. It's $24 billion right now.
Yeah, somebody was asking, oh, wait, whoa. So it was 75 and they're expecting it to be 24?
No, it's 24. They're expecting to be 75, even with the decrease in the ratings.
Because somebody wanted us to give ratings. I haven't seen any. I know the first couple games were pretty low. They weren't even better than the NCAA tournament games. Like, after game 2, somebody did an article on this that still the highest rated basketball game of the year was North Carolina and Kansas for the national championship. Second was North Carolina Duke in the Final Four. Third was North Carolina St. Peter's. And then you got to games 1 and 2 of the NBA Finals. That's crazy to think about.
That is.
That's just as far as total viewers.
Which makes me wonder, if you look at all the money they're spending on pro sports, the SEC seems like a great value for what ESPN and ABC paid for it on $3 billion.
Yeah, well,
it seems like compared to all this other stuff, because the football ratings in the SEC and the basketball ratings kill Major League Baseball. And you pay $12 billion for Major League Baseball, $3 billion for the SEC. They got to steal.
Yeah.
The SEC's got more money they can make down the road.
And they're getting every SEC football game, and basketball for that matter, but every SEC football game. They're not sharing it with CBS or anybody else. They're getting every last one of them.
So that was $3 billion is a lot of money. That's a great deal for ESPN with the ratings they'll get for that compared to Major League Baseball and some of this other stuff where the ratings are not exactly what you get on a day-in and day-out basis with the SEC. All right, top of the hour. When we come back, Jeff Fisher joins the show. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Kopp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And as always, Champy's world-famous fried chicken open for lunch right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster, lunch and dinner. You can get that and enjoy champyschicken.com throughout the weekend. Golden State wins the NBA championship last night. We'll give you a U.S. Open leaderboard update in a second, but McIlroy has not teed off yet today, and he finds himself on top of the leaderboard again. Auburn starts the World Series tomorrow out in Omaha, 6 o'clock against Ole Miss. The games begin this afternoon in 2 hours when Texas A&M and Oklahoma throw the first pitch.
All right, it has flown by for us, I think. The final games in Birmingham coming up in the USFL. They'll be out at Legion Field. Michigan Panthers coach Jeff Fisher, kind enough to join us again on the show. He's on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Hello, Coach. How are you today?
I'm great, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. I spoke with somebody at the USFL that said, as you've been going out to Legion Field, it's taking you back in time to the late 70s when you played an Alabama team there. You were opening doors and looking in places. It was just a walk back in time, almost like a museum of football for you.
Yeah, let me clarify something. I didn't play in that game. I think it was a sophomore or something. I warmed up. I just didn't get in, but it was a 78 game, USC at Legion facing the Crimson Tide. John Robinson, Coach Bryant. USC won that game. I think it was about week 6, somewhere in there. Both teams were undefeated. We won that game. Next week, went back home, lost to Arizona State, and both teams ended up being co-national champions. So, yeah, it was really a trip down memory lane for me. I went back just briefly, but just kind of on the side, because I was kind of helping a little bit with the Alliance. But to go back in there and kind of walk through those locker rooms was really cool. And it's really been, for the most part, it's been kind of our home base where we practice whenever we can. I'll tell you one thing that's interesting is football was not designed to be played in mid-June in Alabama outside in the afternoon. So we've had a hard time with the practice, sessions, and just being mindful of players and trying to get them ready. But all in all, yeah, it's gone really fast. I've had a blast. Somebody asked me a week ago or so, they said, hey, knowing what you now know, and you had to do it all over again, would you do this? And I go, well, ask me in about 2 more weeks, because I got into this to help these players and the league and the coaches, and hopefully I'll have a couple of our players, our Panthers, on an NFL roster in a couple weeks. So that's why I got into it. I just love their stories. I love the kids, and it's been a lot of fun. Been challenging, been different, but it's just one day at a time. Your schedules change. I think we practiced 6 different places in a matter of 2 weeks, and we had a bunch of rainouts and lightning, and too much, too heat, too hot, but it's been fun getting them ready to play and watching them play.
Coach, I'm old enough to remember that game at Legion Field, and we'll talk more about the USFL in a second, but I always wonder how it played. You guys were, for a kid here in Alabama, you guys were so cool coming from USC and LA to play Alabama. But did you guys, have any reverence at all for Bear Bryant on the other sideline? Did you find yourself, when he walked out of the locker room, glancing over there and saying, oh, that's what Bear Bryant looks like in person?
I don't think at that moment in time, I don't think we had any idea how significant it would be historically with respect to college football. I do remember looking across the sideline for the guy with a hat on.
Yeah.
It was just really was just about our football team at that point and how we matched up, and we matched up pretty good. Charlie White, he had a good day, and we had, I think the whole offensive line was if not first round picks, second round picks. But for me, my whole college career, that was probably, aside from having a chance to go play at Notre Dame and then, go to LSU, and go to Tennessee, those are my favorite games. I love the West Coast, but nothing compared to those trips, especially this one here in Birmingham.
Are you going to tell Coach that little Jim Dunaway wrote the letter? Come on, tell him the story after they lost it. So as Coach said, number 1 versus number 7, Alabama USC at Legion Field, 24-14. They go back home, beat Michigan State, then go on the road the next week, lose at Arizona State 20-7. Unranked Arizona State, number 2 USC loses. And Coach, what do you do at the end of the year?
I'll be honest. I wrote Sports Illustrated. They used to have this place where they'd post the little letters in the back, and I was 11 years old, and I wrote in the back, and I said, I was upset about the split. I would imagine you guys were upset. We beat Alabama. Why are we splitting with them? But I wanted Alabama to be the unanimous national champion. So I wrote to Sports Illustrated, isn't it better for a team like Alabama to lose to a team like USC than for USC to lose to a team like Arizona State? I thought it was a worthy defeat for Alabama. I thought you guys were sort of kicked it around against Arizona State.
Well, let me go on record and say I think we lost 3 centers in the game and ended up with a defensive tackle finishing the game at center on offense. So I think his name was Wright Peter. So there was a significant reason. It wasn't a letdown. It happened. But yeah. So go figure. You're writing letters to Sports Illustrated at 11 years old.
Yeah.
That was the start.
That was the start. Hey, and I had bad opinions then, just like everybody behind a microphone has now. Bad opinions, man.
No. But at least you have an opportunity to express your opinion. That's what's important.
Yeah. You had a chance to join our show when both of us were on vacation and talk to our buddy Lance, who's a big Rams fan, and everyone in our audience loved that conversation. It's my first chance to catch up with you since you've been here in Birmingham. Getting the itch scratched to coach again, how hard is it for a coach to not have a team, the time you didn't have a team, and you may not have one next year? I don't know what your plans are, but for that moment you didn't have a team to coach, how hard has it been? Or maybe it's not difficult for you. I'd love to know how that transition from coaching, playing, to then all of a sudden not having a team, how tough is that on you? Because I hear Nick Saban talk about that a lot. He doesn't want to not have a team. He's had one his whole life, and that sort of scares him a little bit.
Well, I think, and I totally get where Nick's coming from. And that's probably the same place and space that a lot of coaches have done it for a long time are in. I thought I was going to get more time out in LA. I didn't, and that's good. 22 years as a head coach and being fired once is a pretty good record. So I don't have any regrets whatsoever. I kind of joke around about it. I took the Titans to the Super Bowl. They were 2-14. Took them to the Super Bowl in 5 years. Rams were 2-14 when I took them over. I took them to the Super Bowl in 6. They just didn't take me with them. So I have that. I really was at peace with it, and I didn't realize until I really took the first year and maybe into that second year how tired you get and how consumed you get. And so I took a different approach. For as long as I've been a head coach, you've been taking care of everybody else. If you're doing it right, people mean more to you than you should to yourself. And you wouldn't ask anybody to do anything you wouldn't do yourself. That was my philosophy. And I wanted to create environments every year where people look forward to coming to work. I did that, and I can look back on that. So I got to do some things that I hadn't been able to do. For example, I have a cabin in Montana that I never saw from mid-June to February. I just had never been there, and so I spent that time. I got re-engaged with outdoors. It sounds weird, but I love to fly fish and I love to hunt, and I just had the outdoor experience the last 5 or 6 years. So I didn't get into the USFL for any other reason other than to help the league, to help Fox, to help Eric Shanks, and everybody associated with Daryl and the players, and more importantly, the players and the coaches. I wanted to help these guys however I could to get an opportunity to realize their dream, maybe get into a camp, but at the same time, help them to realize that, for whatever reason, blame it on your mom and dad, but you just don't have the skill set to do it. So I just wanted to help, and I started the whole program, this whole venture with that in mind, and that also includes the young coaches. And so, I have no regrets. I know what happened. I mean, we could very well be playing next weekend. We had balls bounce off uprights. We had all kinds of things happen to us, and it all could be different. But I really, really like this team that has come together. And I said this numerous times. I might have said it previously. I would be surprised if this group of Michigan Panther team has a 10-year reunion, because they've had so much fun together. Wow. And they find ways to win one game. They find ways to lose, but they love practicing. They love each other. And that when I walk away here next week from it, that's what I'll carry with me, is that I set out to help them and help the league, and made myself available. Whether they see me as a resource, that's their choice. But I just wanted to help. And in the meantime, really, as you guys know, I had, 2 of my kids went to Auburn. Trent, my youngest son, played there. Had a great experience there. My oldest coach there, he was Kevin Steele's analyst under Gus. And so been through Birmingham from obviously from Nashville to Auburn many, many times, and to be able to settle in here and Birmingham and just appreciate the love for the sport and the passion down here. And Birmingham's an up and coming city. So anyway, it's been a great experience. Next week, you will not find me. I will be somewhere in the Aleutian Islands in Alaska for a week. But I'll come back. And then I don't know if you guys I'm helping Eddie, and I'm going to continue to help Eddie George at TSU this fall. So that'll be fun. And by the way, they're getting ready for the 23 opener at Notre Dame to kick off the season. So there's a lot of fun stuff ahead for me. I'm really in a great space right now, and just trying to help people and enjoy what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. You mentioned Eddie George, the coach at Tennessee State there in Nashville, and it's really cool, I think, Coach, seeing guys like he and Deion Sanders go to the historically black colleges and universities. I mean, you're talking about Hall of Fame and Hall of Fame level players who probably financially don't have to do this, but they're doing it for the love of the game and for the love of those institutions. I think that is a really, really cool deal.
Well, it is. I mean, Eddie and I spent a lot of time together, before he made his decision to take the job at Tennessee State, and every day it was just you just saw the passion. He just cared about players. He wanted to make a difference in their lives, and in the meantime, along the way, to go win some games. And so he's really, really changed in the last year, from year 1 to year 2 experience as a head coach, having not had it before. Now, the only thing Eddie knew about coaching was how to hold the football when he gets started. So, and you can argue whether there's 3 points or 5 pressure points on the ball. But anyway, Eddie's just so passionate about it, and he's like a son to me. And so it's been fun watching, him with hands-on in the group that he's surrounded himself, turn that program around. And to think that they're going to open at Notre Dame is historic for a HBCU school and University of Notre Dame. So a lot of good things, on the front end of all this. And so this has been fun for me. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to share my experience with you.
Yeah, and before you go, just really a quick answer. I promised myself I'd always ask you if I ever had a chance to see you. Music City Miracle, did it ever work in practice one time? Did it ever work in practice one time?
Well, I mean, we worked it every Saturday. We had all kinds of things going on prior to that year, 99. We actually rehearsed the Stanford Cal play. We had a Stanford Cal team for years and years and years in that situation. But we knew this thing had a chance. And then, when it came down to it, Coach Lowry and I simultaneously, when Chrissy kicked that field goal, we looked at each other. We said, home run throwback. Said, yeah, here we go. So it's one of the great memories, man. I got to relive it last fall. Buffalo came to Tennessee, and ESPN did a big story on it and everything. So it was a great memory. It's just, it's a life lesson that basically, if you're prepared, good things happen. And you just got to prepare all the time for the unexpected and don't overreact and, let things unfold. So it was a great experience. It was great to be associated with such a historic moment in NFL history.
All right, it is a doubleheader this weekend, USFL, at Legion Field, Philadelphia, New Jersey. The early game Saturday at 11 on USA. Birmingham plays Tampa, 3 o'clock on Fox. And then Coach's team, Michigan plays Pittsburgh. That's an 11 a.m. Sunday game on USA. And the New Orleans-Houston, the late game, 7:30 on FS1. Unfortunately, we will not cool it all for you. It'll be red hot 11 o'clock on that Legion Field turf there. So it's nothing we can do about it, Coach. Sorry.
It is hot. I'm telling you.
I know. So, we live it. We live it.
I'm going to wear flip-flops, I think, and just so the players look at me and think I'm a little cool.
Coach, thank you. You've been great with your time here in Birmingham. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Our buddy Clay Travis could give him some flip-flops
No
there.
doubt.
Yeah.
That is Coach Jeff Fisher with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It was clearly a forward pass by Frank Wycheck. We didn't ask Coach about that.
It was not a forward pass. It was not. It was literally a lateral one straight down the line. Upon review, it was straight down the line.
They did review it.
They did.
Heck of a play.
Fly to the ball, not the bodies. The fly to the ball, Brownie. Fly to the ball. My point was, I was just wondering, did it ever work in practice? Like you could try that stuff and throw balls off the yard markers or the Gatorade cooler, and it just never worked in practice. And then it worked that one time.
It seems like the emergency plays at the end of the game. It just seems like guys always make bad choices there. Like the guy that still got the ball and he either goes out of bounds or goes down. I'm like, what's it going to hurt, man? Just hurl it behind your head and see what happens.
Yep.
It worked for Arkansas.
But I want to be the guy that scores the touchdown.
Well, I know, but
I want to be the guy.
But if you're going to the ground, you ain't scoring a touchdown.
There's still a chance.
But you're right. It worked for Arkansas. Just sling it backwards and
see what happens
against Ole Miss. But to me, the Music City Miracle is it was a designed play that seems like it would work more often than not. I mean, not more often than not, but more often than the scramble 18 lateral play. You know what I mean?
It seemed more designed than y'all just pitch it around Stanford Cal and see what happens. That's what you end up most of the time seeing is everybody trying to replicate Stanford Cal, which we've seen maybe a couple times, but everybody tries to replicate that one, and it always is just so, unorganized. It's a fire drill, basically. And the ball is going everywhere, and it's just a mess.
Let's bring Lance in real quick. He has jumped on the phone, and we were just talking to your buddy Jeff Fisher about a bunch of stuff, including the Music City Miracle and his time here in Birmingham, and he's going to be in St. Lucia. Is it St. Lucia or St. Lucia?
No, I thought he said the Aleutian Islands.
The
up
Aleutian
in Alaska.
Islands. That's where he's going. That's where he's going. Going someplace cooler than it is. He's not a big fan of heat here, LT. It looks like you're on the side of the road. You getting gas in a gas line? What are you doing?
Yeah, I stopped. Layton's going to the bathroom. We are in the home of Philip Rivers, Athens, Alabama.
Whoa, you're close, man.
Yeah, no, we're getting there, man. Probably hour 15 out.
Yep. 15.
So yeah.
Ooh, hour 15. Just swing straight by here, catch Rockstar in the lounge. I'll pour you a Bud Light.
I would love that, but a little problem. I don't know if you guys know this. There's a shortage of rental cars, and I've got to have it back by 1 o'clock sharp.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Do you have someone meeting you at the drop-off? Have we?
Somebody that was supposed to pick me up planned a lunch today, and just got off the phone with them. And
roommate?
So I don't know.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, roommate.
Be my guess.
Yeah.
So I've got to figure out. It'll probably be Uber number 26.
Speaking of which,
do we have it?
Give me that. Give me the screenshot of. We've got one of the credit card. Hopefully, all the important numbers are covered up here by Forrester.
Whoever passed this on covered up the good numbers.
The corporate office accounting has called down LT. You can't see this, but the number of Ubers are just amazing. All in this one span of time. Uber,
let's see,
something. Uber.
On June 14th, you paid something on Greyhound, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Blur, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Uber charges.
Yeah, it's really hot outside, and the majority of places we were going were like 3-4 miles away, so you couldn't necessarily walk it.
How about
I paid some of the Uber out of my own pocket.
You know what?
There were more than that 13. There were more than that 13.
No, we did. I'm legitimately 24 Ubers so far.
Yeah, you know what I just noticed? Waldorf, Chicago. You stayed at the Waldorf?
You have to. It's the only thing that was available.
Is that the only room you could find?
I mean, I got a good rate, I thought, and then I got a call from the boss, and he told me that it was $700, which it wasn't supposed to be $700 a night. It's a nice hotel. Leighton, did you like the Waldorf?
So excited.
She is so ready to be a Birmingham. So ready to be home.
I'll tell you though, man. So we did say it's cool hotels. The second one that we stayed 2 nights in Kansas City called the Crossroads. It's a brand new build, modern architect. I mean, it was really cool. It was the one with the bunk beds and the hammock in it.
Yeah. Well, I've stayed at the Waldorf. I've stayed at the one you stayed at in Nashville, and I thought the one in Kansas City was uniquely designed. Loved the way it looked and everything. Those are 3 5-star top-rated hotels. I love this punishment for you. It's been hell on wheels.
Well, I mean, when you're on Greyhounds and Amtraks, you need some good rest.
Yes.
And it's tough to get that if there's an outdoor ice machine where I'm staying.
With some yellow cubes.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got to get the rental car back. We're not going to hold you up anymore because if you're an hour and a half, 1 o'clock is it's going to be tough.
It's tight. That'd just be another charge on the car, right?
Yeah, I mean, why stop now?
All right, go get them, LT.
See you, LT.
Okay, but say bye to Leighton.
Oh, this will be the last time we'll see Leighton on the air.
Yeah, bye, Leighton.
Bye, Leighton. You've been fantastic.
Yes.
We appreciate everything you contributed. Thank
you for your help. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, see you boys.
All right, bye, LT. Be careful.
Just like her daddy, got a blanket on.
Yep. Thank you to Bud Light, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services for sponsoring Lance's punishment there.
Yeah, Tripp says, staying at the Waldorf, #punishment.
Yep. I did not know he stayed at the Waldorf until I just now saw that credit card bill for the first time. And that is so Lance. They didn't tell me it was a $700 charge. I don't know why they charged
I said $695 at the most.
I didn't think it was $700.
Yeah.
What the hell are taxes?
All right, when we come back, we've got trash today. LT usually delivers that. Brown will do it one more day. That's coming up this hour of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Let's pick a menu item. What do you want to? Let me give you the category. Do you want the Delta Delight? You want full plates? You want Champy's salad or a sandwich or po' boy?
Give me a sandwich.
A sandwich. How about this? How about let's go with a shrimp po' boy? That's right up your alley today. Shrimp po' boy with lettuce, tomato, a special sauce, and all the sides that come with that right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right down there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch. Dessert, you interested in our dessert today?
Yep. What we got?
All homemade.
I've had that caramel.
Key lime pie.
Yep.
You're talking about the deep South caramel cake.
Yes,
sir. Fantastic. You can get a whole key lime pie or a whole Mississippi mud pie right there at champyschicken.com. Check them out online and go by and tell Sterling we said hi today right on Highway 119.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog, located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar, give me cut number 1, Butch Thompson, after we hear about Dr. B. One thing about LT's hair, it continues to come back and is looking fantastic as he makes his way across America in the Bracket Challenge payoff.
I mean, if you stay in the Waldorf, you got to have good hair.
Yeah, I mean, better hair. Ridley on the train or LT?
Oh, LT.
I think it's LT thanks to Dr. B.
T3 Hair Preservation is our guy, Dr. B, and that's who Lance went to see. You see video Scott showing there for the initial consultation there in Dr. B's office, and then they had the follow-up visit on Zoom after a plan had been developed by Dr. B and his staff. It's what they do. So they know by looking at you And by doing that consultation, are we going to be able to get some good results? They think they will with Lance, and so far they are. T3hair.net is the website. T3hair.net for T3 hair preservation. Dr. B is the best in the business at this, so go get that consultation from him and see if they can grow your hair back the way they are with Lance. 319-0309 or T3hair.net for Dr. B.
Is that Scotty Scheffler? That's 3 under tied for the lead?
That would be him, Jim. You got him, I guess, since you bring it up.
Is that Sam Burns at 2 under?
Sam Burns has had a good day today. Yep, he's at 2 under.
Whew.
Look at you,
Finally, somebody I know on the leaderboard over there.
Finally, somebody having your office pool, I'm assuming.
Vulcan Tire leaderboard update. Rory McIlroy goes off at 12:25 in about an hour. He is tied with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people at 3 under par.
It's a bunched up leaderboard right there, Jim.
Yeah, and I imagine a ton of people are -2 as well. But we just saw a Kevin Na putt that now puts him at 5 over. So good to get that highlight while I'm watching
Back
right
to
there.
the Saudi League for him.
Here's Butch Thompson getting ready for Auburn in Omaha. The College World Series starts today at 1 o'clock with Texas A&M, Oklahoma, then Texas, Notre Dame, Arkansas, Stanford tomorrow morning, and then finally Auburn and Ole Miss to wrap up round number 1. Butch Thompson doesn't mind the wait, though.
They've been challenged with low expectations, and it just drove them even more to this point. And we're kind of walking in here thinking we're not done yet, and that's a great feeling for a baseball team. And we hope the best is yet to come this week, but we sure are thankful to be here, and this is kind of the pinnacle for us and for college baseball, and glad the Auburn Tigers are part of this session.
Yeah, projected dead last in the SEC West in the preseason by those that do the projections.
Swing and a miss on that one.
Yeah, you don't necessarily ever see those that do. I mean, we all step up at the SEC media days and we make our votes, and oftentimes we're wrong. I think we nailed it last year. I don't know if we got the winner right. Did we pick Georgia over Alabama?
I can't remember.
But I remember we all had Alabama and Georgia. We'll all have Alabama and Georgia again this year.
But to show you what a weird sport it is when you involve playoffs like this in a tournament, Ole Miss, number 1 in the nation earlier this year, last team in the tournament. Auburn picked to finish dead last in Omaha. They're both there. So
They're both
it's
there.
just it's weird when you involve postseason play like that.
Yeah, and then there's some givens like the Schlossnagle, the guy who had TCU as a powerhouse, leaves 1 year to Texas A&M, and now he's got them playing the first game this afternoon at the College World Series in Omaha. All right, time for trash. Get away from the sports headlines. Brown's got them. Rockstar put it together. Hit the big button, Rocky.
They let me look at the lawyer's building. I know the vacuum cleaner man. He's seen my tits. I know that's not going on TV, but it's true. It's true. I'm not here to lie to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And you can find Mortgage Right, mortgageright.com/TNR. When it comes to home equity, bigger is always better. So go big and go home. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a program to help you gain more home equity, paying less out of your pocket. Find out more. mortgageright.com/TNR. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. Milkman suggests that in our next punishments, you cannot stay in a 5-star hotel. Probably a good rule. Probably need to institute that one.
We all didn't say.
No, we did not say.
No.
I'm not for until I see who wins the next one. I'm not for changing the rules. If our new world order is this, then I'm not as nervous watching the first round games anymore.
Right.
I was telling Brown Wednesday night, I imagine some things are going to change next challenge once some particular person got punished this time.
Again, as
some
I point out,
be...
the listeners/viewers get to pick these. So we just throw them in a poll and let them pick. So
yeah, but how they are done.
Rockstar seems to think we'll have a change.
It's almost like you have to sign a contract now. Like, these are the rules you're going to abide by. Sign this contract.
I would imagine Lance will be a little more hesitant about bringing ideas to the table. I would agree with that part of it. Hey, congrats to this Alabama teenager. He has been awarded scholarships to 15 universities, and they're worth a total of $2 million.
So he enrolled in all and tried to collect some checks?
It says he's accepted more than 15. I don't know how you accept them if you don't go there.
I guess he's been accepted by?
Maybe so. Has been accepted to more, than 15 universities. You're right, Rockstar. You could tell I did not get a scholarship. Technically, I did. Rotimi Kuyoki is a high school senior, and he was the first Black National Merit Scholar at his school. He's from Hoover. He told ABC News he was inspired to apply to a number of places after appearing on Jeopardy Teens tournament as a freshman in 2018, meeting high-achieving students from across the country. Here's where he was accepted. 15 universities all offered him a scholarship totaling $2 million. Harvard, Stanford, Yale. I want you to listen to these. You tell me which one you would pick, okay? And I'll tell you where he's going. You ready, Dunaway?
Okay.
Get your hats out. Harvard, Stanford, Yale, University of North Carolina, University of Virginia, Vanderbilt, Emory Rice, Johns Hopkins, Duke, Alabama, Case Western Reserve University, UAB, Auburn, Washington University, and St. Louis. Which one are you picking?
I'm interested by Case Western University.
Yeah.
What is that?
What is that, Rockstar? Do you have any idea?
You know, I'm not the. I'm so behind in my university studies.
Well, you put the stories together,
but
so I thought you might know more
every
about
founding father of each university.
Case Western University was the first time I'd ever heard of that. It is in Cleveland. So I'm going to be a hard pass on that one, dog.
I didn't see Grand Canyon, so I just tapped out.
Yeah, Case Western Reserve. I'm guessing that's a prestigious school. It's a private research university there, Dunaway in Cleveland.
Well, I will tell you, when my son started to apply in some schools, I had never heard of a lot of them. At one point, I said to him, "Can you at least just, like, I would come back from the mailbox and it'd be like, I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this. Never heard of this." And then there was one from Virginia Tech. I'm like, "Oh, here's one that plays football." I was like, "Hey, open this one. Open this one."
Plays football.
Yeah.
He picked the University of North Carolina. That's where this kid's going. So good for him.
Yep. My son's going to UAB, by the way. I'm excited
Good
about
for
that.
him.
Yeah.
I guess this kid's going on a full ride. I think your son will get a scholarship. He's a smart kid.
Already got a little bit.
Bob Salem is going to do something that seems stupid and a complete waste of time, but it's his time, so he can waste it all he wants, I guess. He's going to attempt to make history by crawling up Pikes Peak and pushing a peanut 11 miles up the slope with an undisclosed contraption taped to his nose. Oddly, he's not the first.
An undisclosed contraption?
What, the one on my nose? Oddly, he's not the first person ever to do this. It's been done twice, but we're talking about, guys, 14,115 feet up Pikes Peak, pushing a peanut with his nose.
Would you do this if, like, I said, by the way, two other people have done this?
Yeah, I would say they've done it. I'm not going.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
No, I don't really know why you do this, but it's going to be Guinness Book of World Record or something. He's starting July 9th. It's going to take him all the way to July 17th. That's the other thing. It's going to take him 8 days.
He's going to miss the World Games.
Yep.
But just think about this. Think about this. How long would it take you to push a peanut with your nose, and how tiring would it be?
He's got a contraption, so it's hooked to his nose, and he's able to.
He's got somebody strapped to his face that's just going to.
Yeah, I mean, just
brush it with a broom.
I don't know. 30 seconds across this room. I don't know. With something on my nose.
But with doing that neck motion,
it's going to
wear you out.
So, I mean, that's why it's a waste
So
of time.
I hear.
Yeah. Well.
A sealed VHS tape of the hit 1980s movie Back to the Future has sold for, what would you think, Dunaway?
What is it again?
It's a VHS tape, sealed.
Oh, it's still
Back
sealed?
to the Future, still sealed.
Oh, if you don't open that thing up, that's worth at least, it's rewound and everything, $5.95.
It's rewound.
Rewound. Did you rewind this? Yeah. A sealed VHS tape of Back to the Future has sold for $75,000. And the first ever auction of the now antiquated video playing format. Now, I really do hate that VHS tapes are antiques now, that we could sell for this kind of money, because I was alive.
Did you ever rent so many movies as a kid that your family bought the rewind machine? We never got to that point.
No. They would just do that. And,
But ours automatically rewound when it got to the
when
end.
it got to the end of the tape.
Yeah, with
fancy VCR.
But I can remember like having to have it back at Video Ventures by 2 o'clock. And it's like 1:58, and I'm standing there, and that thing's going, and I'm waiting for it to rewind, and hoping they'll give me like a 5-minute grace period.
That was back in the day where you had the one-night rental. You rented it at 8 o'clock,
one-night rental.
It's got to be out tomorrow.
So anyway, this Back to the Future was actually owned by a former guest of ours, Tom Wilson, who played Biff Tannen in the movie series.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So Biff owned this and
Biff
never opened it up.
Never opened it up. Worth $75,000 now. That guy was a nice guy. I remember Tom Wilson. He was a good guest.
He was.
I don't
Did
think
not like Crispin Glover.
No.
The quality was not very good on the VHS tape, but there was something about the convenience. I really enjoyed.
You didn't like the auto tracking?
You had to dial that thing in. Yeah. Rockstar's got pictures of this from Hamburg, Germany, and CNN.
Do you remember your first VHS tape that you got?
I remember a friend of our family had
I remember
recorded
the last one I had was
Fletch.
Mallrats.
Mallrats?
Yeah.
Mallrats?
That's the last VHS I had.
I'm not going to say this is the very first one, but a friend of our family had recorded Fletch off of one of the movie channels, probably HBO. It's about the only movie channel at the time. Had recorded it and given it to my mom and dad. So I do remember Fletch.
I remember, God, I used to record so many Alabama and big games on VHS just so I could go back and watch them again before, that's what YouTube is now. But I used to record the games and watch them when you get home.
You'd set the timer. Boy, that was like launching a rocket, man. Get that timer set just right.
Yeah, and then you would always go along.
That's right.
Just in case.
Yeah. And then you would have to choose which speed you wanted to record it on to make sure you got the whole game.
Yeah.
Because
the
one
tape
speed
only
was
goes
only
so
2
long.
hours,
That's
one
right.
was 4 and one was 6.
No, I want it all, man.
But you sacrificed quality at that point.
It was
Such
quality.
a pain.
I cannot remember whether we owned Jerry Maguire, and it's probably still somewhere. I cannot remember if that was VHS tape or if that was a DVD. I think maybe that was a DVD on Jerry Maguire.
Because that was 96.
Yeah, probably DVD.
I mean, somebody, I don't know who ordered it, but somebody sent me Girls Gone Wild on VHS tape.
Somebody sent you that?
Yeah.
Well, I had to watch it to make sure.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the whole thing, and that's all that was on there.
And I got another one the next month, and I got another one the next month.
Sending them to me.
But that was one. I'm trying to remember anything else that I had that was VHS that I didn't record myself.
I don't know if you'd want to fly this way. Rockstar's got photos from CNN. It could be how people fly the friendly skies in the future. Designer Alejandro Nunez Vicente showcased his Chase Lounge airport seat concept at the 2022 Aircraft Interiors Expo in Germany. It features double-decker style seating arrangements for airplanes where flyers could access the top level using 2 ladder-type steps.
So before I show it to you, would you be, if I gave you the concept, this is a double-decker plane.
So you got a low seat and a high seat.
I'm going to give you a cheaper seat.
No, I would not, because I've seen this picture.
Yes, there are a lot of issues here, Rockstar. So Rockstar is going to show the viewing audience the photo. I mean, that looks awful for that poor young girl.
He's happy as hell.
I mean, look how terrible the bottom seat looks.
Now,
You're
it
just
does look
crammed in there.
It does look more comfortable once you're in there, but
a lot of leg room.
But the passing of the gas or just the
Yes.
the rear smell of the guy sitting in front of you,
Oh, terrible.
is going to be horrible.
And I don't know what is right in front of her. Like, does she have a screen or something?
It looks like they have screen. Well, those look like tray tables.
Yeah, the upper level's got a screen or something like that. I mean, this is an awful way to fly.
But the ability to stretch that leg out, though.
No, that's good. But, I was reading the top level has issues, too. You got no leg room, as you can see there, and you got no headroom because you're not going to be able to stand up in those seats or stand up in that aisle or whatever.
Yeah, but I feel like the air quality is going to be better up there.
Maybe so. I don't know. Nobody's passing into your face is what you're saying right there.
Exactly.
By the way, the designer had to remove overhead cabins to create the top level. So there is space between the levels that would normally be overhead. This looks like a lot of trouble here. I don't think we want this. Finally, good news. Most people don't want to be billionaires. That's good because you're probably not going to be.
I was debating that the other night. I asked Maggie.
I want to be a billionaire?
Maggie, do we really want to be billionaires?
Yep. I kind of agree with this. It seems like if I were a billionaire, I'm never going to spend that money. And it just seems like a lot of problems come with being a billionaire.
And you're going to have a lot of friends.
Yep.
A lot of people. That's Brian. He's a billionaire.
I kind of agree with this study. Researchers have surveyed more than 7,000 people living in countries around the world, including here in the U.S., and found the majority of people don't want any more than $10 million. I'll settle for 9 or 10.
Is 10 enough, though, Brown?
Well, Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, the world's richest person, has a net worth of $216 billion. Most people would ideally like far less than this. They'd surveyed 7,860 people across 33 countries spanning 6 continents to see how much money they wanted. 86% of the countries, the majority of the people, thought they would achieve their absolute ideal lives with $10 million or less. And in some countries, as little as $1 million or less. The wealth of Elon Musk, the single richest person, over $200 billion, enough for more than 200,000 people to have their ideal lives, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. If we're about to have 8 billion people in the world. Am I right about that?
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. We're about to have 8 billion people in the world. He's worth what?
212 billion.
212 billion.
Here comes math.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking how much money could he give every person on the planet of the Earth and still have a ton of money left?
Well, not much, because there's 8 billion people and he's only got $212 billion.
Only.
Yeah. I'm just
saying. I mean,
saying,
if he gave everybody $1, That's $8 billion.
That's $8 billion.
Yeah, all right, so if he
and
gave
the exchange rate.
Yeah.
So, but could he?
I mean, if he gave everybody $100,
yeah,
that's half his net worth. And you've
$100.
only given everybody $100. I mean, but that's a lot. I mean, I'm not saying that's not a lot.
But imagine for some people, $100 would be huge. Come on, Elon Musk, do more. Give everybody on the planet $100.
How much money Montana Fouts with her 100 million pitches? If he gave her $1 million for her million pitches.
Coach Jason says my first VCR movie was Spies Like Us. I loved Spies Like Us.
Oh yeah.
Wade says his first was Road Warrior. It's the first one he rented, he thinks.
Spies Like Us, man.
I thought that was a funny movie.
Leave it to Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase to stumble across the best-looking Russian soldiers ever.
That just so happened to be interested in them.
They broke that language barrier. Lunsford says he could give everybody $26 and have a little left over.
Pretty good, dude.
Yeah. I mean, $800 billion if he gave everybody $100. It's a lot of money, Jim.
Yeah, it is.
He's only got 212 of them. Billions, that is. That is trash presented by Mortgage Right. Elon, he needs to check out Mortgage Right right now. He may want to do a cash out and go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And as always, this hour brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. He's not giving money away, but he's giving great food to you when you go by there and order it at champyschecken.com. Sterling and the crew there, Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're driving to the beach right now and you're approaching the Alabaster exit, get off and go by there. It's just like within a mile of the exit, and you cannot beat the food you will have there, including those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales. It's champyschecken.com. We are there Tuesday. Is that right?
I believe that is the day, yep.
Tuesday down at champyschecken.com for a specialty show. We'll be there around 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so come by and say hi to us and, I don't know, share a tamale with us. It's all at champyschecken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschecken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, back with you right here on the Next Round. Leaderboard update every day being brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. Where are we right now? And McElroy's still not on the course, but he's got to be feeling pretty good the way the day's gone so far.
Well, he has not lost his lead, that's for sure. Nick Hardy with a 2 under par 68 done away. What do you know about Nick Hardy?
Nick Hardy was one of the Hardy boys growing up, really good at solving crimes as a teenager. Old reference, by the way.
That is a very old reference. Nick Hardy, I don't know a whole lot about him either. He's from University of Illinois, though. I was checking to see if it might be sneaky SEC power for you. 3 under par, Scotty Scheffler. He's from Texas, future SEC power, 3 under par. He shot a 67 today. Yet to go, Rory McIlroy, Joel Damon. All those at 3 under par.
You say Damon, I say Damon.
It is Damon. Your boy Sam Burns, that is SEC power there, shot himself a 3 under 67 today. He's at 2 under.
Huge.
1 shot back.
I went from 73rd in the office pool to 16th in the current standings.
I'm glad for that. MJ Duffy, who was the early rabbit today, he was all the way at 6 under par. He finished at 1 under par. He might have started looking at that leaderboard a little bit.
Yeah, or the transfusions started hitting him over the head a little bit.
Drink up too?
God, you were playing great today until the liquor got in you, buddy. Our friends at Hemphill giving you the lock of the day. They bring you Lance'sLock.com for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Lance will send out a lock later on at The Lance Taylor, or just go to Lance'sLock.com. You can call up Hemphill, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Just yesterday, someone texted me and said, hey, what's the name again of that cooling, plumbing, heating service you have on the show that sponsors the lock? I gave them the name. They called Hemphill, and they texted me back and they said, fantastic people. And that's what Adam and Chad, that group's been doing it since 1954. Of course they're fantastic. So Hemphill had another customer yesterday, thanks to the Next Round, and a satisfied customer. You can find out. Remember the name Hemphill for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs.
Phil Mickelson, by the way, is almost finished with his round. He's at 11 over. He will easily miss the cut, which is projected at +4.
He's already got a full bank account, Brown.
He does.
I don't know if you've seen the news.
He does, but this is the one that stands between he and the career Grand Slam, and it is becoming far less likely by the minute that he ever wins it.
Yeah. But it will not be his last one he'll play in, right?
It won't be, but, I mean, at some point, I know he just won the PGA Championship last year at age 51, I believe it was. At some point, the numbers just don't work for him.
Ooh, big birdie putt right there from Justin Thomas, as I'm not doing live play-by-play because that would be against the rules.
Yes.
But that got him to +1, and that's sort of where the cut line is, isn't it?
It's +4. He's easily inside the cut line.
Big putt from Justin Thomas, easily in the cut line now at +1. All right, that is not live play-by-play coverage of the U.S. Open ongoing up in Boston right there. All right, getting ready for the World Series to start later today. The Braves are back in action as well. They got day baseball with the Chicago Cubs today. You get the Cubs on a 14-game win streak. This is pretty amazing that they're on a win streak of 14 games. It ties the franchise record. And now they're day baseball at Wrigley Field. You didn't think they got out of the weekend with a win streak, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, as you just said, it is a franchise historic streak. So I'm just going to play the numbers, say they don't get out of the weekend. No, we're going to lose the game eventually. But this has been the important thing here is, and we're not going to go back to what Buster said, but the Mets had pulled away to a pretty good lead here. And now before the All-Star break, or even really close to the All-Star break, you've closed that lead to a very manageable gap. So I think that's the takeaway from all of this is what once was a 10.5 lead not too terribly long ago is now down to 4.5. I mean, you've gone on a winning streak and cut 6 games off the lead team's lead in basically a week and a half. That's pretty substantial.
Big news sort of coming out with and it's something every day with the Washington Commanders, but this is broke today. The NFL has fined Commanders coach Ron Rivera $100,000 and stripped the team of 2 OTA practices in 2023 for conducting excessive contact in spring drills, according to ESPN. I'm going to let you in a little secret here on who probably leaked that information out.
Who do you think it was, Joe?
Well, I don't know. If you fine me $100,000 and criticize me publicly for my comments about January 6th, and I'm Jack Del Rio, I may let it slip out that my coach, who's now reprimanding me publicly for my comments, I may let it slip out that we practiced illegally when we shouldn't have been practicing.
How do you think old school football players, old school NFL players, feel about the fact that they can be fined for basically practicing too physically?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty remarkable as far as we've come, isn't it?
According to the letter, Washington's intensity and tempo of the club's interior line play and pass coverage during 11-on-11 drills were at a level where players were clearly engaged in physical contest. It wasn't just a walkthrough. So we have so many rules, and Rivera, who was calling someone out for violating the organization's rules about public comments and politics and such like that, has now been reprimanded and fined $100,000 by the Commanders. And you break a lot of glass when you start slinging rocks.
So you're saying a little tit for tat in this.
That's exactly what I think
Jack
happened.
Del Rio.
That's exactly what I thought. And Daniel Snyder is sitting somewhere sipping his pina colada today going, well, finally, it's not me.
Thank God
my
I'm the
team,
one.
but it's not me.
I am the one not in the news.
Top of the hour when we come back, college football questions, including Pac-12 expansion. We've learned a little bit about it this week, but I don't think John Wilner on Feinbaum was exactly right about this. I don't think they can only be 12 teams between 4. I think they've got to find 14 teams at some point. And our friends at 24/7 have some bold, not just bold predictions, they've gone up another level. Boldest predictions.
Oh, extremely bold.
And Rockstar in the Lounge still to come. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game.
Yeah, that is very important, making sure you stay healthy enough to play. We see sports injuries slow teams down all the time. You don't want your team slowed down. So from pediatrics to geriatrics, the injuries start piling up on the field or in the yard. That's when you go to Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They're affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Rebuilding champions on and off the field. Make an appointment today, 855-219-6200 or precisionsportsortho.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Another hour, final hour of the
You
show.
didn't warn Tyler.
You've done this for years.
You're such a pro.
You've done this for years. I didn't have to. There's a big on-air
You're
light.
supposed to silence everybody. Eli would have gone.
Yeah, Eli would have. This hour always brought to you by our friends at Bud Light as well. Bud Light Next, you can get that 0 carbs, 80 calories. We always tap the keg in the final hour on a Friday. Rockstar's in the lounge in a little bit. That face right there, you recognize him from The old smoke draw back in the day, right? You did
hand the ball off. Where's our camera? What are we looking at here?
You're right here.
This is your tight shot
All
over
right,
there.
so one thing never changes about TV studios, right? You never know which stinking camera to look at.
That's you right over there.
And they're like, hey, just look at the one with the light. Well, they all got lights.
They all got
on.
lights. So you'll have to worry about 2 cameras. You need to worry about that one right there, and then the one right there nearest Rockstar.
I don't want to look like that dude on Anchorman, the weather guy. What's his name?
Oh, do it the whole segment. Look at the wrong camera. Tyler Watts is here, former Alabama quarterback, and you hear him on the Alabama broadcast as well on game days, and a friend of ours for a long, long time. He was just swinging by the area, and we're getting ready for a little football conversation here. We wanted him to join us. How you been, though?
Man,
you look fantastic.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I am doing good. It's weeks like this, right, that are a good reminder of every former football player that we're glad that we don't do it anymore, because this is what you're experiencing now is exactly what 2-a-days was like, where it's god-awful hot and you feel like you're breathing through a boiling cloth in your mouth. It's miserable.
Jeff Fisher just said that. He goes, this is it's been a great hospitality. It's a horrible place to play a summer football league is in Birmingham, Alabama.
But then you need to put your favorite cooking pot on top of your head and throw in about 10, 15 pounds of pads, and then you legitimately got the experience.
Yeah, I mean, did you dread August practices starting in Tuscaloosa? Because Tuscaloosa is one of the hottest places on earth. That Black Warrior, the humidity, it's just so hot there.
I tell everybody, literally June and July, we always had a nice breeze on the practice field, and it felt great. The day that you got issued your gear, the night before when you had to go to the first team meeting, you walked out that night, you opened the doors, and it was like a stinking oven. It was like the humidity shot up 20 degrees just in preparation for you to walk out on the field the next morning.
You watched last year with Bryce Young and what he was able to do, and this hour is being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. I want to ask you some Alabama questions and just college football questions in a second, but if you're looking for a roof replacement or to get a guy to give you a free no-cost roof inspection, that guy is Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. We talk to Greg all the time, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. This is Greg's cell number. You call him up, 542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. He'll get on that roof, look at it, especially after storms. Keep the number on standby. If you got storm damage, you don't want some out-of-town company doing it. Greg and his crew, they're all local, and they'll take care of you. Or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. We've seen a lot of great quarterbacks in your life at Alabama. You were one of them. What Bryce Young was able – no, you are. You were one of them. What Bryce Young was able to do last year when it comes to the lack of protection he had in front of him, because I felt like he was dodging defenders all season long, and they were horrible at protecting the quarterback.
And a lack of a dominant running game.
That's right.
Yep.
Well, just from a quarterback perspective, how was he able to survive all the pressure, all the sacks that were given up, the lack of a dominant running game to have the year that he had?
And he's, an inch or two taller than Doug Flutie? He is he is in that same mold, right?
Yep.
And he plays a lot like a Doug Flutie as far as just being able to move around and create his passing lanes and all that stuff that so many people talk about. But he does it as good as anybody else. But I think what really separates this and what I've always heard a lot of people talk about, what really made Dan Marino stand out, oh, here we go, Brown, talking about the old Dolphins.
I got excited real quick, yes.
Was the quick release. When he wound up to get rid of the ball, it was out. So that saves you half a second right there. And then protection, being able to get rid of the ball really quick, off balance and things of that nature. I thought Tua was the best that I'd ever seen, because to that date he probably was. But this he's another level too.
2 Dolphins quarterbacks Tyler mentioned there. The addition, though, of Jahmyr
And the way
Gibbs.
you guys win, there's a chance you get Bryce next year.
That's true. Yeah, the addition of Jahmyr Gibbs will be huge for that, though, because he's apparently look, we've only seen him at Georgia Tech and in one Alabama spring game, but all the reports are on him. He's really good catching the ball out of the backfield. Very Najee Harris-like in that.
Right, and that's today's game too, and that's the program, right? Creating those mismatches, finding personnel alignments that favor you, and that's important. So what we all want to know is with Bill O'Brien is it an abandonment from the importance of the running game, or is it simply taking the talent that you have and trying to maximize it? So I don't know what the answer is to that. It's probably a combination of both. I mean, he's got so many skill guys. You try to play that style of game, especially when you have a quarterback. You don't want him handing the ball off 30 times. You want the ball in his hands. But the addition of that, I mean, there ain't no doubt it helps.
Tyler Watts is with us, former Alabama quarterback. You hear him on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, and he's got the logo on today on the shirt, like he knew he was going to jump on camera today. They've sort of added some parts. Jermaine Burton comes over, receiver from Georgia. He sort of, to me, handles the nuts and bolt routes. He can run all the routes.
He's going to be good.
And they bring in a burner from Louisville who can take the top off of it again. How important is it to have,
two.
The diversity there? Having a guy who can do all the routes, go deep and across the middle, but you also have one guy that they've got to respect the speed on.
So everybody has a shutdown corner.
Right.
Everybody has at least one guy on the defensive side that's pretty doggone good himself. Very few have two or three. And so you have to have that complement to balance things out, because defensive coordinators, it's easy for them to take away one guy. It's the second guy that always beats you.
Will Anderson looks like the nicest guy when you talk to him. Yeah, he's three guys. But when you're looking, I know there was probably a player or two when you played the game, you'd break the huddle and you'd sort of glance out of your eyes to find out where he was every play.
Sure.
He's that kind of guy.
And what's really scary is when your coaches, like on Monday, go, hey, y'all better know where this fella is right here.
Yeah.
And this is what we're going to do to stop him, and it still doesn't work. And you start changing blocking schemes and things of that nature, and at that point, we're about to be in a dogfight.
Yeah, once you start accounting for one guy, there's a reason, right?
Do you remember one guy that you said you early in the game you adjusted the blocking and you did everything you could to keep him off of it, and then he still hit you, and you were like, oh, we got 4 more quarters.
Hey, let me tell you something. In the late 90s and early 2000s, Tennessee had 4 of those dudes.
Right.
Where and they had first round draft picks across the board and at the linebacker level, so you couldn't really just pick one of them. It was just, hey, I'm going to get hit. I just don't know where it's going to come from.
Yeah, but there's a chance that his presence on one side, teams will scheme away from that, right? Which schemes you right into Dallas Turner, who's really good. I mean, because I keep saying it's not going to blow my mind if Turner's got bigger numbers than Anderson, just because teams will scheme away from Anderson.
Well, you say that. I don't think as an offensive coordinator you can necessarily do that, though. You have to. You can't help both sides necessarily. You stay in max protection, but that's not a winning solution.
No.
You got to get rid of the ball quick. Once again, it comes down to how quick the game now has evolved. The quarterback, in essence, just like in the option game, can be a blocker with how quickly he can get rid of the football. Because we saw this versus Florida in the SEC championship a couple of years ago. Will Anderson was in the backfield all night, but he only had like 1 sack.
Yeah,
he never did impact the throw.
Tyler Watts is with us, former Alabama quarterback, brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, they bring you the lock every day, and they also take care of you when it's hot outside. If your air conditioning goes out on Tuesday with the temperature expected to be 101 in Birmingham, you'll want this number from Hemp Hill on standby.
You will. In fact, I am right there on Twitter. I'm just going to read what one of our listeners, The Shepherd, said a couple of months ago. Noticed water heater is leaking around 7 a.m. Call Hemp Hill. They're there at 9. Water heater in by noon. Cannot recommend them anymore. That's what you get from Hemp Hill when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right. Disaster is struck. Let Hemp Hill handle it. Adam, Chad, and the whole team there do a great job. 205-229-2090. 229-2090 for Hemp Hill Services.
Feinbaum asked this question yesterday on his Twitter feed. I don't know if he talked about it on his show or not, but it was on his Twitter feed. Forrester, if you have Gus Malzahn's tweet, the question was, greatest play in college football history. I know the shirt you're wearing, and I know where you played football. But if you say the greatest play in college football history, what is the first play that pops to mind?
I think most people are going to think about Stanford and Cal, I would think.
Stanford and Cal? You don't go kick six on that?
Tyler does it. Tyler goes second at 26 before he goes kick six.
You have to. Now, second 26 gets into the conversation, right? Because it was a walk-off winner national championship. Gus Malzahn saw the tweet yesterday, and he tweets out, kick six, greatest play in college football history. You have to admit
I'm still looking for holds on that play. I can't stand it.
I bet you are.
But you have to admit that was one of the. It will be played 50 years from now as the strangest way to lose a football game.
Who caught that ball against Georgia?
Against Georgia, Devontae Smith.
And don't you know how mad he was?
Why?
Because 2 weeks later, that happens, and Chris Davis is now the guy.
Oh, you're talking about
at
the
Auburn.
prayer.
I'm sorry.
No,
Prayer
not
Jordan
second
Hare.
choice.
Prayer Jordan Hare.
Yeah, the tip that went in, which was completely only Auburn.
Yeah.
Right? And they would even agree with that, wouldn't they?
Not the way you said it. No, I don't think so, Tyler.
But the tip touchdown in the prayer Jordan Hare was going to be one of those great plays. And then a couple of weeks later, and you see Gus Malzahn's tweet there, kick 6 is the greatest play in college football history. And Gus from UCF chiming in on Twitter yesterday with that one.
Yeah.
That's a great play. 2nd and 26 was the greatest play. You go Stanford and Cal showing,
I just think most people
showing your age.
would say that, right?
Yeah.
Probably because of the highlights. I mean, that doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't. But I instantly...
And only on the West Coast would the band come out on the field.
That's right.
I mean, that's the part that never gets talked about.
That was, as a kid, I could not figure that part of it out. Like, watching as a kid, I'm like, why was the band on the field? This is right before halftime? No, it's at the end of the game.
They had to get out there in the West. They get out there and play the alma mater.
I think they were going home.
Yeah, I never could figure that out as a kid, why the band was on the field. I was like, this is the weirdest part of it. I know it's a crazy play, but why is the band coming on the field at the end of the game? Because that is very non-Southeastern Conference. I mean, you do not see that in the SEC.
You don't see anybody get on the field.
No.
In the old days, they used to. Even
Did they?
The $1 Million Band would do something afterwards on the field, and I think the Auburn Band maybe still does afterwards. They used to have a marching show they would do after the game.
I think you're making this up.
The Auburn Band has not been on the field after the game since black and white TV. You are completely making that up.
Yeah, I think the Auburn Band still does something on the field after the game.
How many Iron Bowls have you been to? There's nothing on the field. I mean, we're down there doing videos an hour and a half after the game.
Yeah, they at least play something in the stands. They play a whole
That's
concert
not
in the
true.
stands.
Auburn rushes the field after the Iron Bowl down there.
They do, because it's always a crazy finish.
It's a stupid finish. That's right.
It's just crazy finish.
I'll never see one better than this. We'll just wait 2 years from now.
Just something crazy is going to happen, I promise you, in the Iron Bowl.
Thanks for stopping by.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, yeah, you are. We're out of time.
Are we completely out of time? I didn't get to talk about...
what do you want to talk about?
His introduction. You were not fortunate enough to come to...
The Montevallo Sports
Montevallo
induction ceremony. Yeah,
and I actually have a program here. I don't know if you can.
Oh, wow. There's your camera right there, Tyler.
And I get to.
You brought this up?
Finally, I'm going to get your autograph on this bad boy right
you
here.
Need to do that.
I don't know that guy in the picture with you, but I want your autograph on this.
Well played right here on the front by me, by the way.
You got Nick Saban? You and Nick Saban?
Yeah.
You want to talk about hot
air.
draws
people's attention, right?
That's a thick book.
You want to talk about hot air coming out of a man's mouth in his acceptance speech?
Your dad?
This dude right here. But he had them rolling over there.
Hey, Herman Watts, Tyler's dad, who also went in, which is the only reason Tyler was there.
Right.
He's the most hilarious man in the world. I wish Tyler was as good speaking as Herman was. Your dad's hilarious.
I got more material than him. I don't know. At what age do you just run out of stories?
Not your dad. Man, your dad told a love story about your mom and miniskirts.
It'd make you cringe. I know.
No, it did not
like
make
that.
You,
if you're old man,
well, it's about your mom. This is why it made you cringe.
Take Lance's position here. I mean, you're back in the puddle back in the day, and all of a sudden he starts talking about he's drooling over your mom's legs.
Well, I'll be honest. You know, I was your mom taught me what, 3rd grade? She was my 3rd grade teacher, and even as a 3rd grader, I recognized how attractive your mom was.
God,
you thought it was awkward when her husband said it.
But your mom
about to
probably
have a
was
Robert Downey Jr. moment right here. I'm about to come across this table.
Your mom was probably 24 when she taught me in 3rd grade, and she was a good-looking woman.
Well, she said you were a great student.
I was a nice student. That's what she said. She said I was a nice student.
I didn't want to imply like
she did not say I was a great
marks.
student.
Good marks.
Isn't that what y'all used to call them?
He's Tyler Watts. I love him so much I hate him. Glad to have you here, man.
I appreciate it.
We are now officially out of time. That is Tyler Watts here with us in studio. We're back in a moment. Johnston RV Center brings you the hotline, johnstonrvcenter.com, Browning.
Yeah, you can go see America in an RV from Johnston RV Center. They got a lot of great options, those Alpha Wolves and the Coachman Clippers. They've dropped prices on both those. They are great travel trailers. The Alpha Wolf promo, where it starts as low as $275 a month, still going with approved credit and 10% down. But how about these Clipper travel trailers as low as $16,946? It includes a lifetime warranty. See more at Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. This Father's Day, pamper Dad with a gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Spa days aren't just for Mom anymore. Buy Dad the gift of relaxation, a gift card from Woodhouse Day Spa. Guys, take charge and ask for that gift you really want, a Woodhouse Day Spa gift card. With over 70 options, there is some type of incredible service for everyone. Gift cards are available online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Father's Day weekend this weekend. We hope you all have a fantastic Father's Day weekend. Rockstar will sing us into the Father's Day weekend coming up in the next segment. It wasn't awkward. I was a third grader. His mom was an attractive 20-something-year-old. There's nothing awkward about that.
When does it become awkward in your head, though?
Not then. I mean, I'm a
puberty or after.
I'm a 7th grade, 8th grade.
I'm a third grader. It wasn't like we were putting Velcro sets on her breast on a sweater or anything.
Okay. See, I thought you were.
Which I did with Miss Kirk in first grade.
Okay.
Whoa. Let's rewind. Now, what did we do in first grade?
We had Velcro. We were learning about sets and subsets.
Right.
And there was these little things that would made of something that would stick to her sweater, and she'd come around she would do it on this piece of cloth or her sweater, right, like this. You'd have to put the set in.
Little Jimmy D wants to go a little north.
Yeah. My set was a little higher.
To the peaks.
But it's Father's Day weekend, brought to you by our friends at Nichols.
Kevin says Dunaway sees the line and just blazes right past it. Jack says, got to hand it to Dunaway. He does not do awkward halfway. I love it, Dunaway. Never change. Nichols Outfitters, this is your last chance for this great gift idea. Go get a Christensen Traverse rifle for Dad, and you'll be entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 right alongside it. Buy one, enter to win another one. Great Father's Day gift for that hunter in your life, and it brings a smile to Dad's face. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
All right, boldest predictions from Brad Crawford 24/7, okay? You just tell me if it happens or not.
All right, so we're not rating boldness here.
It's not bold. It's boldest. You think it happens or not.
All right.
I say on the first one, you're going to say it happens.
Okay, go.
Brad Crawford 24/7. Will Anderson, Dallas Turner combine for 30-plus sacks. That's the Derek Thomas number, but together they get 30-plus.
Yeah, again, I was saying, and Tyler makes a great point. This day and age of college football, you don't just scheme away. It just makes you play quicker, perhaps. But I think they'll both have massive numbers. So,
give me the year you think Texas won their last Big 12 championship.
Last Big 12 championship from Texas would have been, was it the year they played Alabama in the national championship
They
game?
did it in 2009.
That was it. They played Alabama in the national championship game.
So 2009.
Okay. That's been a minute.
How about that?
Yeah, so the Saban era, they've basically won one.
Brad Crawford 24/7. Texas wins first Big 12 title since 2009. Is that out of the realm of possibility?
It's not out of the realm of possibility, no. I mean, I would say, Oklahoma's still your favorite, even with Brent Venables taking over for Lincoln Riley. But I would probably say Texas is among your next group of favorites. I don't think they'll do that. I'd say no to that, but it is a bold prediction.
Brad Crawford, bold predictions. I think this one is possible as well.
All right.
Ryan Day wins National Coach of the Year. Jim Knowles wins the Frank Broyles Award for Assistant of the Year, and C.J. Stroud wins the Heisman.
My only thing about Ryan Day, I could see those last two, but the thing about Ryan Day is generally your National Coaches of the Year go to guys that you don't expect great years out of. We expect Ryan Day to be undefeated and play for the national championship. So it's going to be hard to do Coach of the Year type stuff if you're him based on those expectations. Now, the other two, Knowles and C.J. Stroud, I think Stroud will probably win the Heisman. And Knowles is an excellent coach. And think about what he did with Oklahoma State's defense and the gap he's got that he can close at Ohio State. That was a bad defense last year for them. So he's going to be able to show great improvement in the numbers with them.
Hendon Hooker is chasing down a Tennessee record. Heath Schuler set the Tennessee record 1992-93 by throwing a touchdown pass in 18 consecutive games.
Okay.
Hooker stands at 12 games right now. Brad says he breaks that record. He passes at least one touchdown pass, 6 to tie it, 7 straight games to break Heath Schuler.
I mean, that's not that crazy with, first of all, the way Heupel's offense works and worked in the first year, and second of all, as good a quarterback as Hooker is. And then third of all, when you look at the early part of their schedule, Ball State, at Pitt, Akron, Florida, at LSU, Alabama, I think those first 4 probably, Alabama, they scored some points on the Crimson Tide last year. I don't think that's that crazy a prediction.
Hendon Hooker also had 31 scoring touchdown passes last year. He thinks this year he breaks the school record of 36 in a season.
See that too. I think Hendon Hooker's a really good quarterback. I mean, Heupel was starting the wrong guy last year with Joe Milton. And when Hooker came in and took over, that was a different football team.
That would wipe Peyton Manning off the record book.
It's hard to believe. Hard to believe Hendon Hooker is going to wipe Peyton Manning off the record book.
Yep. Lincoln Riley makes the biggest first-year splash at USC over all the first-year coaches.
Well,
I would go Brent Venables at Oklahoma, but long-term, I think it's Lincoln Riley.
Well, here's the thing about Venables at Oklahoma. Just doing status quo, you would call that a splash for him? Status quo based on what Oklahoma has been under Lincoln Riley and Bob Stoops before that. See, that's the thing. Like, Lincoln Riley can show great improvement at USC. A 10 or 11 win team at USC would be great improvement if Brent Venables gets them to the playoffs. You're like, okay, it's better than I thought Brent Venables would do, but it's not necessarily a splash because it's Oklahoma. It's where we have seen them is in the playoffs.
That is from Brad Crawford. I thought that was a pretty interesting list. Some interesting nuggets there about maybe wiping Peyton Manning off of a record at Tennessee and Will Anderson and Dallas Turner combined, and maybe Texas doing something they haven't done since 2009, which would be a pretty impressive year for Sark out in Texas. 71 days away from football. Rockstar in the lounge getting us going for the weekend on this Father's Day weekend as we enjoy a nice Bud Light. Tell us about our friends at Simpio, who gave us the opportunity when we first started this venture. I guess it was today. It was this date, June 17th, 365 days ago, when we made our first call to Simpio.
That's right. Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast, because what they do is they take care of the 4 pillars that you don't want to deal with. Compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. They take that off your plate and just let you run your business. If you're a startup, this is key. Take it from us. We've lived it. 205-635-7467. 635-7467, or simply go on their website. It is Simpio.com, S-I-M-P-E-O, Simpio.com.
And so it was this time 1 year ago. Brown sent out a nice tweet yesterday. I hope you guys had a chance to see that on Twitter. If not, go back and look at Ryan Brown Live on Twitter or at Next Round Live, where we retweeted it, where we left our old job and started this venture. It was this was the first day we didn't do a show.
That is right.
That we were out and about and
went dark, as they say in the business.
Yeah. So it was this day 365 days ago, and we say again to all of you, thank you for making this last. Even the 2 months we were off the air, you guys were so fantastic with what we did, even when we were off the air, that we appreciate you guys so much. And you guys were so good in the 2 weeks we were off the air, we haven't gone back on the air.
That's a great point, Tim. Still just doing it this way, and it's been a blast. Thanks to the listeners, advertisers, everybody that makes it possible.
Yeah, we're back in a moment. Rockstar plays us to the weekend. He gets that guitar and brings it in here next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
before.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
This part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for a home, a mortgage, get that Mortgage Right stamp of approval in your pocket before you go out looking for a home. It just gives you a little confidence to where you get a good deal, and also those changing rates out there. It is time to have the masters of mortgage in your back pocket.
MortgageRight.com/TNR is a great place to start. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. And check out all the great programs they have, either for getting that money that's in your home equity or that new home. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Trying to look at some stuff I have not said today quickly that we didn't get to. Georgia got a big 5-star cornerback, A.J. Harris, 6'2" guy from Central Phoenix City. You've seen him, Lunsford, who's in the Rockstar Hydrolife therapy chair now. He's the big corner for Central Phoenix City. Picks Georgia over Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, and Auburn. So a big get there.
Have fun, Georgia.
Yeah, have fun, Georgia?
Yeah, not a huge fan, but...
Oh, interesting. Lunsford Lunsford has him as a 2-star. The guy, though, we were talking about from Thompson yesterday, you said he's one of the best you've ever seen.
Peter Wood's the best defensive end, obviously, just at the high school level that I've ever seen in the state of Alabama.
Look at that.
Wow.
Is he Alabama lean, that guy? Do you know?
He was last season. We'll see where he is now.
Okay.
All right. Lunsford is over in the Hydrolife therapy chair because Rockstar is in the chair now for our little sing into the weekend we do. It's the Rockstar Lounge. Last week it was John Campbell that was in here from Black Jacket Symphony and other greatness. And now Rockstar is taking back over the microphone to sing us a song. It's brought to you by our friends at the Enclave. You know the website. We all were able to say it by memory. That's how good of a website it is. Y'allbettercallpaul.com. Y'allbettercallpaul.com. That'll get you to the website where you can learn details about a lot of great properties in the area, but especially the Enclave down in Alabaster. You can check it out right now online, or you can call Paul up, 205-602-0563, 602-0563. Call Paul up and ask him what does he think about the quarterback at Alabama this year, Paul. No, call him about some great properties. Or just go to the website, y'allbettercallpaul.com. Rockstar, what are you singing today in the Enclave Lounge?
So I'm going to bring something back. It was about when we started doing this years and years ago. One night before the lounge, I started messing around with a song I really enjoyed when I, as Dunaway called it, amped it up and
slowed it down.
These are my favorite.
Yeah, so it's one of these things where it's a generational song that's made its comeback a couple years ago. The Outfield, Your Love.
Oh, I love this song.
The guy plays the tuning, didn't have the tuning pegs on the guitar, on the bass. I thought it was an interesting video. So I've reworked it a little bit because I remember I did it the night after I discovered I could do it in a different key and everything. So I slowed it down and amped it up. And so this is Your Love by the Outfield.
Ooh. I mean, I still have this on my Spotify. That's how much I like
this
song.
It's a fantastic song.
Yeah, it's on my Playlist Brown PCB Miracle Strip playlist.
Miracle Whip.
This is going to take Dunaway to the Miracle Strip right here.
Yeah.
PCB, baby.
Back to third grade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. Fire away, Rocky.
It's a little slowed down and amped up. How about that?
Yep.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around to talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. And I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I ain't got many friends left to talk to. No one's around when I'm in trouble. You know I'd give anything to you, just to wanna to fall apart. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Try to stop my hands from shaking. Something in my mind's not making sense. It's been a while since we've been all alone. I can hide the way I'm feeling. As you leave, why don't you close the door? And don't forget what I told you. Just 'cause you're right doesn't mean I'm wrong. Another shoulder to cry upon. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
I like that one better than the original. I like it that way.
Yeah,
I like it that way. I like it that way. It's a great
it's
song.
an incredible change, though, from what that song is normally to what you did it right there.
Yeah. Just change it up a little bit.
Well, I know, that's a significant change.
Yeah.
I will say this again. I
Say it.
think you can take a lot of fast songs, upbeat songs, and do multiple albums by just stripping them down like that.
Yeah.
And amping them up.
That's what I'm known for doing. I do that stuff because I can play that at a bar instead of going, Josie's on a vacation for... So it's just easier to do like this.
It is
Do you ever at bars, like I heard this down in, and I hate it. Do you ever like change the lyrics to a song to match it up to like the bar you're playing or whatever?
No, I refuse to do that.
I cannot stand it when people do that. Like some guy down.
Jesse's on a vacation here at 38.
Yes. Oh, I hate that. There was a guy down in that breakfast place at Grayton Beach. That was very well done, Jim. That breakfast place I was telling you about, Krakens or whatever, and he was really good, is the sad thing. And then he does Folsom Prison Blues. And I'm like, okay, we're going to do a little Johnny Cash here. And I think he said, if I'm not mistaken, shot a man up in Destin just to watch him die. And I'm like, why did you have to change that?
That's right. Shot a man up in Destin just to watch him die. That old boat keeps coming by.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
There's my schooner.
Do you have another one you can amp up for us?
There's one that you're not going to know.
I should stop asking because I ask for an extra song every week.
Well, I mean, Rockstar always comes with two. I think he knows. You even warned our guests last week they're going to ask you to sing Zeppelin.
Well, no, because I said Lance is a big Zeppelin fan, and John, you're known for Zeppelin. He is going to ask for a Zeppelin song. Just get ready for that. So there's a song called "Good Things" by Bodines. I don't know if you've ever heard this song.
I've heard the Bodines. I used to have one of their CDs. I did back in the day.
This is a really pretty song.
Didn't they do? Was it the theme song "Party of Five"?
I do not
from
know.
the Bodines.
I do not know. But there's a song that they're most known for called "Good Things," and so I've been playing that lately. So you want to hear that one, or you want to hear something else?
I would rather hear that one. I love the Bodines.
Did he get it right, Lunsford? He got it right.
Wow.
How
love
about that?
the
Random
Bodines.
Dunaway.
Party of Five.
Love the Bodines.
Party of Five theme by the Bodines.
Party of Five. Very early on. Can't remember her name now. Nev Campbell now. Very early Nev Campbell. And, God, I can't remember his name now either. Brody, something like that.
Croyle.
Nope.
Oh.
That was Tyler Watts.
It was 90s love, man. 90s love. Couldn't beat it.
Anyway, this is "Good Things" by the Bodines.
Love the Bodines.
Sunlight fall down on the field. Sunlight fall down over me. Work all day, be all that I can be. Yeah. Say I can say words only simple. Say I can say words only clear. Oh, I can feel your heart is beating near. Oh, haunted love is all that I feel when you're passing by. Haunted love is all that I see. Is there in your eyes? And I say, no, 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 don't pass me over. No, 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 don't pass me by. See, I can see good things for you and I. Give, I can give love and attention. Give, I can give old time away. Only the one heart I can give today. Be, I can be man full of color. Be, I can be man black or white. Only the heart I can be tonight. Haunted love is all that I feel when you're passing by. Haunted love is all that I see. It's all in your eyes. And I say, no, no, no. don't pass me over. No, 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 don't pass me by. See, I can see good things for you and I. Good things for you and I.
Wow.
Fantastic.
That had a little Caribbean island sound to it.
Almost like Men at Work.
Yeah. I was trying to put my finger on it. Yeah, you're right. It was a little Men at Work to it. I like that. That was really good. What movie is it from, they asked? Jay Price?
Oh, I don't Color know. Money, I think.
He says maybe The Program.
Maybe The Program.
too.
Yeah, I
It was
don't
in
know.
The Program. I thought it was Color of Money, but okay.
Color of Money was like 1987.
Yep.
So yeah.
Color of Money. It wasn't Color of Money.
Wow, look at Dunaway. Do you know the Bodines?
I got a T-shirt at the house, Rockstar. All
it
right.
licensed?
It is not. It's off the
Bodine.
It's Boddings.
Boddings.
Yeah. All right. That is Rockstar in the Lounge today. Don't forget the website, y'allbettercallpaul.com. Y'allbettercallpaul.com. Call Paul up and check some of the great listings in the area. It's a great time to be out there looking for a new home, and you got to have the great guy helping you find that perfect fit for you, whatever location it is. Like the Enclave right in Alabaster, where it's got well-priced, beautiful homes, easy to get to town. Paul's number is 205-602-0563, 205-602-0563. Y'all better call Paul.com. A final thought. When we come back, and I'm creating a Bodines playlist again tonight. I've got no Bodines on my Spotify.
What are you going to call it?
I don't know. I'll come up with something.
Okay.
I'll come up with something.
That's a
Probably
good
party of five.
Bodines over the top.
Back. I like that. Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Greg from Pell City over in the chat room. I love Jim when he likes something. It's either the best ever or better than the original. I bet after a good date night, Jim tells Maggie, I think that was my all-time greatest, Mags. I probably did say that once or
Better
twice
than ever.
over the time. Bad part is, Greg, she's never said it back to me.
Really? I fell asleep.
I fell asleep.
I'm in the other room.
Matt says heavyweights, Dawson Creek, and Riverdale. Dawson Creek was good. Love that show.
Pacey, right?
Pacey was on that. Yep.
Dawson, he had that.
Dawson
Creek.
was on that.
That was James Vanderbeek was Dawson,
and
right?
Joey, and that's all I got.
Yeah.
I think I saw 2 episodes.
Joey was the girl, right?
Yeah,
I never
Zach.
watched Dawson's Creek.
You know what I've noticed, and I got one more football thought here after Brown tells us about Odie's. But before you tell us about Odie's, I was flipping through the channels last night because we had that horrible story, the breaking news of the shooting here in town.
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching the local channels, and I was bouncing through all of them. And then I went too far and got into, it was channel 80. I don't even know what that is. But Frasier was on.
Okay.
And, you know, it's half your TV is in black because it's not high definition, widescreen.
Right.
And that used to be a really popular, good show. What years were Frasier out?
I would say probably started in 93.
It was right
92.
after Cheers, right? And Cheers ended in 93. Yeah, probably 93 to 2000.
But I mean, it won awards back then.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
He was like the highest paid actor on TV at the time.
And I watched probably one segment from it was coming out of commercial. And I was like, oh, I used to like this show. Watched it. Doesn't hold up at all.
Really?
Horrible show. Yeah. Horrible show.
I remember it was because it was on the Hallmark Channel for a while in reruns, and I would fall asleep to it because it was so boring. I'd be like, I'm going to put Frasier on because it was like on a 5-episode block every night.
Yeah, I never liked it.
Law and Order holds up to me, even though, you know, you're still using a payphone. Pull the lugs off the payphone. What the hell's a payphone now? But it still holds up to me. Mayberry, for some reason, still holds up, even though I've never lived in a town like this. But it holds up. MASH, I mean, lasted longer than the war, still holds up. That didn't hold up as I was watching that. Our Odie's has held up over the years with trivia on Wednesday nights.
Segue, Jim. Right there in Crestline Village, Mountain Brook, great place to watch the College World Series games. If you want to go hang out and get a great burger, get that Diablo sandwich, the wings, and award-winning trivia every Wednesday night. Rockstar, Lance, Will Haver. I may be back in Wednesday night, Rockstar. I think I'm supposed to be. I think I am. I'm a full-time employee now.
That's insane.
Odie's, Crestline Village. Go catch us on Wednesday night. I think it's Will that's out this time.
What's the girl that does the brittle?
Bronny?
Bronny.
Okay.
One of the nicest, most pleasant people you will ever meet.
Awesome.
I was about to say that I saw her yesterday at the boxing thing, but that wasn't her. Different girl.
Hey, brittle girl. She probably took it a little differently. A girl boxing. You're the brittle girl, aren't you?
Who's that girl?
Hey, I really love your brittle. Beg your pardon?
I was going to say I saw her yesterday, but it's absolutely not her.
That is not her at all.
Yep.
John Wildner was on with Feinbaum earlier this week, and he says he does not think the Pac-12 will expand. They did it once, tried to do it once with Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, and all the Pac-12 presidents and ADs and stuff said, academically, we're not interested. We're going to hold our 12. They've got to expand in the future, in my opinion, Brown.
That,
They've got to.
Give me who you go get now.
I would go
You're
get.
going to say Boise State.
No, I would go get San Diego State,
Okay.
and then I would worry about. I mean, San Diego's a big market. I'd worry about I'd get San Diego State, and then I'd worry about the next one after I got San Diego State.
Yeah, San Diego.
BYU, they missed the boat on
They missed
BYU.
them.
They should have gone San Diego State and BYU. And
Now,
I'm still not sure that BYU wouldn't choose
Well, I
the
was
Pac-12.
about to say that there's a chance that a couple years in the Big 12, BYU's like, grass was not greener over here as we thought it was.
No, they're
I'd
going to
rather
have
be in
more
the
money,
Pac-12.
obviously, right?
More money than they have now, but maybe not more than the future Big 12. You don't know. I mean, Pac-12, you don't know how this is going to go.
But I would get San Diego State.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly fits, with UCLA and USC right there, and then Arizona State and Arizona. I mean, you got a good
And
geographic
Boise's
area.
just across the state line into Idaho, and I think they could bring a lot to the table. They're really decent in basketball. They're really good in football. So I'd go San Diego State, Boise State. You can't tell me that as opposed to USC and Cal, that USC Boise State's not more interesting.
More than USC Cal?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
But, I
USC
mean,
Oregon State, USC Boise State.
and a lot of people would point and say, well, Fresno State's right there. They've had a good history. There's something about, I think they look down on them as the Roughnecks of California. I think USC and UCLA look down on Fresno, may do on San Diego State.
Yeah, because they did on Oklahoma and Oklahoma State.
Yeah, what's that tell you, right?
And that was John Wildner's report. Point on Feinbaum was they've already turned him down once on expansion because of Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Who else are they going to get? They're sort of landlocked, they said.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes tough. It becomes tough because you lost BYU. That was an obvious one, BYU.
Yep.
Now you've lost them. BYU and Utah was a natural rivalry right there if you'd have gotten them in.
It would have been good. I just wonder what San Diego State's academics says. Tripp says Pac-12 looks down on the academics of San Diego State.
They may. I mean, I don't know what that is. Again, as we talk about, other than a select few, I never know.
Yeah.
Could be a great institution as far as I know.
I just look at it athletically, and I thought it would be a great ad.
And
we'll
a good
see.
city, and they're building a new stadium. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're at the top of the hour, the end of the show on a Friday, end of the week as well. LT's back in studio with us on Monday. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.